All right, how we doing? I got some cleanup to do after finishing this up. Yes, stand. Oh wait, I don't want the stand on right now. Whew. Yeah, I kind of rushed this morning to get the rest of the computer stuff done. All the cables are held down, for better or for worse. Some of them I need to reprint some of the clips so that they actually hold on to the wires a little better. But I got a lot of stuff to throw out now. I gotta kind of clean up after that whole ordeal. Any of these the deeper ones? Oh, I think these are. Yeah, so I got 2 of them at least. All this gets thrown out. Yeah, I'm gonna just toss. I'm just gonna toss a lot of stuff. If I don't have it for the next project, then so be it. I'm trying to declutter. The clutter kind of takes over around here. I cleaned up my desk, like my real desk, and so now every time I look over at it, it's unfamiliar to me. I'm like, what is this? It's like a clean desk. What's that doing in here? All this stuff is garbage, 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 garbage. The blower fan, I might put on a big resistor and then put that where that NVMe drive is. 750-pound pallet of electronic scrap on Gov Deals this morning for $50. Yeah, that's Gov Deals. That'll go up though. But that's the danger of Gov Deals. That's the danger of Gov Deals, is that they'll have that kind of stuff. But the problem is all those electronics, they're worthless. Like there's really nothing useful in those big pallets. Maybe if you can see some stuff in the pic, but I don't know if you'll get the one. I guess you do get the one in the picture with Gov Deals. But like, I don't know. What am I gonna do with laptops from 1998? Temp probe all the way back here. It is in the 70s around here. Still very humid. I'm gonna have the fan on. Hopefully nobody can hear it. I still have to wire up the gaming setup to my desk again. I need to get a longer HDMI cable that goes into the Valve HDMI adapter that I'm using as something to just boost the signal, basically. And that's what gets it all the way over to the streaming computer. Oh, more of lab electronics scrap. That's interesting. Still wouldn't say that it's useful. I don't know. Some of that lab equipment, man. I mean, it's been used hard and put away wet, right? Put away moist. Follow that channel. Follow that channel. Put away all of my toys so that we can have a good look at these tablets today in a nice clean environment, not covered in carbon fiber dust. I don't remember where I was with the tablets. I don't remember how to put them back together. So we're gonna go on that journey together. This is gonna be a bit of a bumbling stream. Spoilers welcome. Pack seating is allowed today. Done building the computer though. Done building it. There's always little tweaks that I gotta do, but this is ready to run. I think I need to work on my desk a little bit to give it a slightly better home where it can sit with a big fan underneath it. Because that's how my desk works. Fans underneath it, fans behind it, and then it's got sensors that it communicates with. So warm outside, I don't want to make my own food. Ended up buying Chinese. Let it stay on the counter for an hour to get cold before eating. Yo, the place around here that you order Chinese food from delivers to us so quickly that the containers are melting. Like, holy crap, that is hot food. It's amazing. But it also doesn't let you eat it very quickly, because otherwise you'll destroy yourself. Thanks, Animal Groin. How you doing today? Let's put the screws away. I got so much stuff to put away now to get ready to work on tablets. This thing I'm gonna have to look at. The Nixie Tube display. What up, Big Wave? How you doing? Hope my week is going well. I just finished the gaming computer-ish. Finished-ished. So things are looking up. Things are looking up. I might have a computer by Saturday. Still need to put the Nixie Tube thing in it, and I kind of want to redo some of the wire clips. But yeah, this is my pièce de résistance. My masterpiece here is clipping down all the wires with little 3D printed clips so that everything's nice and organized. The Samsung drive gets very, very hot. I mean, so does this thing. Gets up to 50°C as well. I'm considering whether or not I want to put a blower fan here just to give it a little bit of airflow, but I haven't done anything yet. Place I order from uses glass container. What? They get a return order on them, return them washed as food parts, and you get a 5% discount, and wash it again before reusing it. That's kind of awesome. Man, that would be completely unheard of in the States. Holy shit. That's cool. I'm shocked. I'm shocked. That's awesome. Yeah, this cleaned up good. This cleaned up good. And the top of the computer doesn't look too shabby as well. Let me just clean off the desk and I'll show off the rest of it. I gotta like wipe it down because there's like food mess and all kinds of other shit. I've been living at this desk for the duration of the computer project, so it gets a little gross. This is Metronomic Live, by the way. You guys should follow that channel. Absolutely do yourself a favor. And get some paper too. And Windex. Where did the Windex go? Oh, it's on the floor. Now I'm hungry. Yeah, can't be helped. Can't be helped. Oops, that was a hex key. That. Use of plastic stuff like plastic straws and dishes are illegal in the UK, or sorry, in the EU. EU, UK, branding issue. Yeah, I mean, it's good, right? I'm all for progress. Do like the really fancy places have porcelain? You get like a real dinner plate. Ugh. Yeah, that was a drop. There's like a brown spot on one of the sections here. I don't know what that is. I'm gonna let the ammonia soak in. Huh. That's pretty fine. I guess you get to stay there. Slightly discolored spot. Yeah, it's leaving behind bits of paper towel. That's nice. That's always nice for it to do. That's disgusting. Ugh. Oh, great. And now this surface is so abrasive. Abrasive when the paper towel's all weak from being wet. All right, yeah. So, computer. It's done-ish. Still a couple little things that I want to do with it, but that thing is done. I'm so happy. Kind of finished it up at the beginning of the... Well, when I should have been starting the stream, but... Got it done. I had to do the temperature probes that are part of my computer setup. So this computer sits in a keyboard tray, so it doesn't have a whole lot of room above and below it. And so when I use it with, you know, no room above and below it, in a closed keyboard tray, all that hot air that this thing is generating wafts up and into my face, and I hate that. So what I did is at the very back of the keyboard tray facing downwards, I put in a couple rack panels, and one of the rack panels has an extendy arm that comes out to the back of the computer for all the cables. So I can pull it out of the thing like a, you know, like a tray, and all the cables stay in that like server bendy cable arm, right? And on the other rack panel, there are 3 fans, and I've made like blocking ducting for that so that it sucks air in and across the whole computer, so that I don't have airflow up into my face. That's why I added 2 temperature probes to this. And so last night, I went and I designed this little clip here. Hold on. This little headphone cable clip. And so that carries the 3 wires that the temperature senders use, the Dallas 1-wire temp senders. The other thing I'm tempted to do, which, oh, I didn't even find the screw for this yet. Flatulent Gonad has failed in his only task, and that was to remind me about this thing. I was thinking of, instead of these, maybe I could do an internal inverted planar F antenna, because I got a couple of those, like on little sticky sheets, and I could plug them directly into the Wi-Fi thing, and so then this would just have an internal. See, there's the modem right there. So I could have little flat plates. I don't know where I'd put them, but just little flat antennae. Oh, and I didn't plug in the graphics card. God damn it. I gotta plug in the graphics card. Hold on. Plug in the graphics card. This is super easy to do. No, it's not. This is a much more difficult to get into case than your typical computer case. Cool. Hey, thanks. Yeah, I worked hard on this thing, man. I just finished it like 10 minutes ago. How long did it take me to poop? Yeah, probably like 10 minutes. 10 minutes ago. I don't have a Wi-Fi antenna that's at. I can show you. Let me go get the Wi-Fi antennas once I plug in the graphics card. I'll show you what I'm talking about. I'll show you, chat. I'll show you. Hold on, chat. Hold on. Let me get this out of the way. Yeah, this is how you put it into the service position. So yeah, the two temperature probes are now on connectors, and they connect over here. One of them is double-sided thermal taped right by the power supply, and then the other one is wedged between the MOSFET heatsink and the Noctua 1U rack heatsink. Now I would have done all this for my the AMD system that I just spent hundreds of dollars on, right? Spent a lot of money on that thing, that AMD system. A lot of good stuff in there, right? But with that processor, that AMD processor, I cannot use a 1U rack cooler. I can't use that. It doesn't have it. This doesn't cool enough for the 5950X. Ah, shit! I shouldn't have done that. Just jettisoned screws all over this thing. Yeah, there's the one. So I have a pair of tweezers and a hex key are kind of important on this build. I could probably have tried to give it like normal screws that you could actually reach, but oh well. I like this mix. This is a good mix. This is the Metronomic Live Sunrise. Wait, Last live yesterday. Did I miss an entire metronomic set? Hold on a sec. Yeah, I could just turn it on its face and shake it out. The broken graphics card tie-down nubs are a problem though. They broke off, and so I've got very tiny little nubs holding the graphics card down. I need to reprint that part and maybe redesign it to be a little stronger. Actually, what I need to do is make sure that my printer's x-axis is working properly. Last month, 2 days ago, videos. From 2 days ago. I missed it. I didn't know Metro went live. I'm gonna listen to a little bit of that now, huh? 5950X is only a 105 watt part, and this one is theoretically 95. Do you think I'd get away with it? It'd really be pushing the limits. I was reading on like what cooler they recommend, so maybe they're a little bit more zealous about what cooler they recommend. If I could run that hard drive, or if I could run that motherboard and just swap it into here, that'd be pretty elite. I'd be pretty happy with that. That'd be epic, bro. Just to say, what's PBO? Power boost. That would be a significant computational upgrade. That would be a pretty big upgrade, chat, if I could do that. Still remain air-cooled, but I would be in the land of high-power AMD with this thing holding it back, unfortunately. I'm gonna cough, hold on. I have had a terrible cough, and it turns out it might be because of the wildfires in Oregon. I'm in Pennsylvania. Believe it or not, the other Lone Star linked something in the Discord, what stated that the wildfires in Oregon are causing smoke particulates to settle in the Northeast. New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, etc. Precision boost overdrive. Okay. Yeah, I'm blaming the other Lone Star for my allergies. My cough, that's the other Lone Star's fault. Because he linked an article that stated why. It's his fault. Went out to check the mail earlier and pretty dense haze. Yeah, we're getting haze. Apparently this happened last year. Oh, so it's an overclocking thing. So if I clock it normally, I could get away with the 1U cooler. So I literally have enough hardware to upgrade this computer significantly. But yeah, this is my pièce de résistance. So first of all, if you guys don't know, this computer has a custom power supply on it, and we've put 6 40mm Noctuas on it. I was gonna do 60mm, which does fit, but it doesn't quite line up with the rails. This height was sort of arbitrarily chosen. I could do like 4 60mm fans on this, but it would blow out the side of the case to be too large for my liking. So what I've done is I've 6 40mm fans on a 90-something% efficient power supply that creates a lot of 12 volts, sends it directly to the graphics card, directly to the car adapter, the Pico PSU car adapter that creates all the motherboard voltages. That powers the motherboard, the drives, the fans. I put a 40mm fan right here too, because this corridor tends to get kind of toasty. I have external temperature sensors that go to a headphone jack in the back here. We made a custom back plate here. These sensors go to a fan thing that sits in my keyboard tray that keeps cold air washing over it. When I go to friends' houses for LAN parties, I put this computer on the desk like this, so it gets all the fresh air that it needs. It's just when it's in the keyboard tray, it needs a little bit of forced convection over the whole thing. Then on the bottom, and one of the wires has already slipped out. See, these are the ones that I need to reprint. I need to reprint these so that they properly fit, or so that they properly grip the wire, because these aren't quite gripping the wire as I'd like them to. Hold on, get a pair of tweezers on this. I'm already sweating. I'm already sweating, chat. It's pretty toasty around here. So yeah, these are 3D printed wire tie downs to make sure that all the wiring that I've dropped below the case sort of stays in line. This one's kind of slipping out. I might need to do something about that. But yeah, I've got everything under the case organized on this carbon fiber plate. If it turns out, because this drive would get so warm that my desk mat, being that the desk mat is very sensitive to temperature because it's a self-healing desk mat, but the desk mat would warp from the heat of this thing. It looks so much nicer than your tape solution. There's only so much somebody can take until they snap, you know? And that was me snapping. The tape solution was to make it easier to work with for a bit, but it turns out that the gaffer's tape that I had isn't very good. It's not very good gaffer's tape. It was cheap gaffer's tape, you know? You get what you pay for. But yeah, so that's the solution for holding the wires down. I might drop some UV glue on some pieces of this, just so that everything is held in place. If you guys could only see how brightly this thing glows under ultraviolet. The camera doesn't really do it any justice. But yeah, this is what I was working on earlier today, was getting the temp probes all set up so that this thing could integrate into my desk. But these are the old, see there's a big capacitor bank that's required for the power supply. So the big capacitor bank has 3 wires, and so I made a tie down for those 3 wires. And then I was like, well, the temperature probe is 3 wires, so I use the old ones for this, and they don't quite grip the wire as much as they could. It's smaller wire too, but if I use the alternate version of these that have slightly taller wire clip things, then yeah. Did you design this in Factorio? I have to say that that's a little bit of the thought behind having these weird angles and everything, is that like, you know, it's gonna look like industrial piping. It looks like a boiler room. It's kind of cool. And everything is below the height of the bottom of the rail, because I made hard drive clamps. Basically, the 2 screws of the drive go in like that, and then I gapped that little side plate to be the height of the VHB tape. So this thing is held on there to a degree where I'm worried about damaging the drive if I pull it straight out. I need to undo these screws, and then I can pull the drive out. And if I want to undo this part, I'll have to get under it and very, very slowly pry it. And I might shatter the plastic piece in doing that. VHB tape, if it's given a little bit of time to get proper stiction, then you're in trouble. Which all of this has. A lot of this stuff isn't moving. Like when I replace these with the slightly grippier clips, the old ones will probably break. Yeah, new life into an old computer. New life into an old computer. And I hope that it holds all of the stuff properly. This hard drive wire, the SATA cable, it keeps it doesn't want to retain its shape. You guys can barely see it, but it goes up and around, and it's a little too close to the RAM. I wanted it to be in this open space right here. I guess it's okay if it touches the RAM. I don't think the RAM's gonna get hot enough that it'll melt that the spiral wrap. There were sections of melted spiral wrap throughout the case, so I'm careful not to use it in particular locations. So I don't like the spiral wrap touching my RAM. Man, I'm really curious about that. There's a Noctua cooler that is like, it's all black. Like the heatsink is black and the fan is black. And I could put that on the AMD board and possibly run it at lower clock rates and put that in here without breaking my power supply. Uh-oh, we're getting into this. Getting into the real housey tracks. It's too sour. It's too sour. I gotta... Okay, back to chill. All right, how's everybody doing? I'm happy to have like a project completion under my belt here. I gotta throw away some stuff. Hold on. I got some stuff that's gotta get thrown out. I guess I can keep this for now. I don't trust it, but keep it. Try to declutter a little bit. I'm considering whether or not I want to design a back plate for the whole thing. Because it really does, this is the only part that's sort of like unfinished. Is the CPU cooler fan blowing down onto the cooling block? Yeah. Yeah, it sucks in cool air from outside of the case, and then it fires out those two sides. So there's going to be a little turbulence here, which is why I'm wondering about the back plate, because I could do a back plate on this. It turns out that this is like just the right height. This is like almost exactly 10 millimeter behind everything. So I could measure out where all of these sockets are and make just an entire back plate like I did over here. I could throw in some hex panels on it. Or maybe I could do that with the AMD one and just leave this one blank for now. Graphics card one worked out really well because we were able to find a 3D model. Actually, wait, I have a 3D model of the AMD motherboard. I have that. It's already in CAD. So I could actually fairly easily create another plate that would be for the upgraded motherboard. Fat chance of fitting a frickin' 3090 in here though. That thing's a little longer. Yeah. I think I'd have to abandon air cooling at that point because I think the power supply would be working so hard that I really want to have water next to it. Yeah, this is a wonderful LAN party kit. I really enjoy having something this small for LAN parties, and I'm happy that it's now a little bit less of kind of like a janky collection of parts. I'll be able to just stand it up like this, and of course somebody will probably be sitting over there. They could admire my wiring work. Where'd I get the carbon fiber board? Amazon, but it was through Hobby King. Hobby King being that big Chinese hobby retailer. Through Hobby King, and it was $35, $36, I think. The 1.5 millimeter version of this plate, this is the 2 millimeter, which I can't find anymore. The 1.5 millimeter version, 35 bucks. But I mean, Gonad was saying it might be slightly cheaper polyester stuff, considering the way it cuts and everything. For all intents and purposes, you put a multimeter on this thing and you get low ohms. So there is carbon, you know, twill in there. I think it's a fairly high quality, well, I think it's a fairly good quality thing. I mean, Gonad was also saying that it has that ringing, that sort of signature of good carbon fiber. But yeah, it's cheap for what it is. I don't know what they're doing to mass produce it. It's also got a matte finish, which I really like. And I bungled some of the cutting. I should have put it on the milling machine and used it with that. I mean, like, that was the Dremel bit getting eaten away. There were some issues there. I think what we're gonna do is tomorrow we're gonna do a stream where we just kind of do art. I need to work on some emotes. I need to do some animated emotes, so we can do art tomorrow. And while we're doing art, what I'd like to do is set up this thing with just some benchmark software, just to run it. I want to run it in its full configuration while we work on other stuff. So we can take a look at this thing on thermals and have it running and everything. We did last stream, we did have it running, and you know, we saw it on thermals. We didn't have a full picture of what was going on because I didn't have the top of the case on. Not that it makes that much of a difference, but I'd just like to see this thing in Let me find the bin of those. Let me look. Let me look. Let me look. Let me look, chat. Jeez. Come on. What the hell? What is wrong with you? Okay, I can't even get back to my... Oh, God, there's like no room for me to traverse. Okay, hold on. I gotta move a speaker in order to get in there. There. All right, there we go. Now I can kind of fit. During the off days, I'll turn the stream monitor vertical so that I can actually get back here. Because like having to contort the way that I do in order to get to my parts storage is really annoying. And it'd be nice to get a new space where I don't need to do that. There we go. Up and over. Okay. Spent the day putting in a new shower cabin. Man, you are always, for somebody whose handle is nothing's working, you are working on a lot of stuff a lot, all the time. I guess that's indicative of nothing being in a working state, but still. You work on a lot of stuff. I've never done like shower stuff. I've never put in a shower door like that. I think I'm gonna throw away most of the stuff that's in this derelict computer parts bin. I'll sleep on it. Let me move most of it. There's some sheets like carbon fiber. I want to keep. I want to keep. Went all around handyman. Yeah. Look at all these old parts. It's disgusting. I do really wish I could have gotten this color working. This would have looked really good. It would have looked okay. That's the best, that's the kindest thing I can say. I think gray is probably going to end up being the outer color of this thing. I only have to reprint a couple select sheets in order to make the whole thing gray. What the hell happened with my mic cable? It's like all tangled up. Get the fuck... All right, there we go. I got it. I have a PSU box full of old brackets and bits. Yeah, the computer drawer. The computer drawer is a hell of a drawer. So what is up with the two different... You know what? Hold on. Let me pull up the motherboard manual. I'll get out the tablet stuff when we start the stream. And no sooner. So what is up with there being two antenna things at the back of the computer? Control F, RPSMA. Okay, you're not even antenna. One antenna. Antenna bracket. SMA antenna connectors. Why are there two? Is one specifically Bluetooth and the other specifically Wi-Fi? I guess they don't care to tell you. Why is this so slow? All right, I'll close that. Well, that's kind of what I'm looking at. If one's 2.4 gigahertz and the other's 5. Well, but then you'd think they would put a little bit more effort into telling you which one is which, so that you could put the right antenna on them. I guess a 2.4 gigahertz and a 5 gigahertz antenna are roughly the same length, and you'll still be able to blast through all the shitty, all the noise and stuff with either antenna reasonably well. It doesn't need to be perfectly tuned, although perfectly tuned antennas are pretty awesome. So I've got a bin full of, you know what, that's too close. That's too close, chat. Get your face out of my project. I have a bin full of antennae, and some of them are from laptops, which cleverly hide the antennae in the screen, and some of them are just straight up just paper antennae. So these are 2.4 gigahertz. Actually, wait, hexaband cellular. 850, 900, 1700, 1800, 1900, and 2100. Okay, so maybe these might not work for 2.4. Maybe these aren't quite the right thing. They probably get pretty close, though. Inverted planar Fs. and they're adhesive. And I was like, I don't know. I mean, I could like just stuff some of these things in here and then not have antennae sticking out of the back of the computer. Or I could use these. But these don't, I would have to put a connector on the end, which is kind of a pain in the ass. It's better if I can solder these directly to a board. What about this one? What does this one have? A long cable. Oh yeah, this one has a, this one has the appropriate connector on the end. So I could hide this somewhere. Just put it like behind a panel. Or just like right there. Nah, I don't know. That has to go there. Yeah, wow, I could get this all the way to the front of the computer and just like loop it around everything. Is this still adhesive? Wait, this is new? Huh. 2013. I could just like put this somewhere here and get Wi-Fi. Yeah, the computer itself is going to be hardwired to the internet, and I don't think I'll be using Wi-Fi for like LAN parties, but I do use Bluetooth controllers, so it helps to put the antennae in a good place. And I actually, on the old setup, I have a RPSMA connector in the back that I run to another part of the desk, just so that the controller definitely gets reception, because it's had trouble getting reception through the wood desk for some reason. Hey, Turvy. All right, anywho, so I didn't put down the extra Wi-Fi bracket screw. Oh no. I'd have to get all the way into the motherboard in order to do that. I think I might just leave it the way it is right now. I did tighten the screw a little bit. Good thing about this thing being a big square is that I can just flip it up onto one of its ends. Those are not going to be the best, most stable thing in the world. Oh boy. Yeah. All right. Anyway, computer goes away because we're going to work on tablets today. Hence the title, Tablet Repairs. Oh yeah, and I still have to reprint this piece. Before I do that, I need to do a little clinic with the 3D printer and grease the Z-axis, because I think something's going on with it. Because like this, I checked the height in CAD, and it's not 11 millimeters tall. All those distances are correct. So the 3D printer did this, and I can tell because if I push on this, look at that. So some weird shit happened here. Can't Wi-Fi go around the desk? I don't know, man. It's something about the DS4 controller, or maybe it was the Xbox One controller. It just doesn't like going through a wooden desk. It seems weird, but I mean, all those consoles have their Wi-Fi or Bluetooth or whatever connections on the front of the console so that it's facing you as you play the game, which this is at the back of a desk. So what did I just push? I turn thermals off, even though they're not even on. I'm beeping. Hold on. Focus this camera. There we go. Yeah, the USB adapter for the Xbox controller. I wanted to put that inside of the computer at one point, but I don't use an Xbox controller anymore. I like the DS4 better. I don't know why. It's just me. It turns out a round hole was a good idea, because this is it's kind of like a vortex of cables in here. That's a little sloppy, but it's all under the case, so. This will not come off ever. I had to peel the other one up in order to move it, and it was ridiculous. I'm pretty happy with how this turned out. Oh yeah, I taped down this connector for the case fan. That's not going anywhere. Pretty happy with how it turned out. All that's left for me to do is to work on the ATM. Hey, 3 months. ATM, subscribe for 3 months. Let's put them up on the board. All that remains to be done is a little shakedown. We'll do that tomorrow. And then I need to just kind of like prep my other desk to accept this thing. Let's put them up on the board. ATM. Everybody follow Metronomic. Anyway, bop. Pew. Tablets. So I'm gonna put the computer aside. I'm gonna get the tablets out. Octojay's 2 tablets for his 2 parents, and they're both ruined. I think one of them's a kitchen tablet, which is a great idea, because man, having a tablet, like a cheapy tablet that's breaking in the garage and in the kitchen, it's great. You can pull up a recipe, you can pull up a how-to, YouTube videos, see how to fix your stuff. Yeah, let's see where you end up this time. ATM, thank you so much for the 3 months. Appreciate it. I didn't think it would be that hot today. It's only 75. I guess the huge humidity. The huge man. What the fuck fuck. I moved the camera just right. I'm sorry, ATM. Just give me a minute here. Got it like mid-burn. All right. Properties. Deactivate. Activate it again. Now all my cameras are fucked up. Setup. Base procedure. I guess that one's okay. Oh god, I got shitty humidity here. Burn the subs. Let's come on, buddy. Oh, it might not be responding to. Yeah, it doesn't respond to the WebSocket when this happens. It's the microscope is now the one. All right, so I gotta do this manually. Properties, configure video. This is because it can't differentiate between USB devices. 4300. Take the low light compensation, all that stuff, turn it off. I don't know where I set this to be. It's all hard coded. So take this from 30 FPS, click OK, and then go to the properties again, configure the video again. Gain is all the way down. Click apply, OK. Click OK on that, go back to properties, and I'll put it back up to highest FPS. All the settings usually change then, but okay, properties, configure video. Sorry about this. Random fucking bullshit happening with my... That doesn't look right. I know how I can rescue this. I can unplug the microscope and then hit the burn the subs procedure. Nope, that didn't do it. All right, hold on. Properties, deactivate, activate it again. 2T, 2R, literally 2TX and 2RX. It's just a dual antenna. Boy, it really doesn't work like a dual antenna. Now, it just will not configure. You know what I can do? I know what I can do. Yeah, sorry. I'll get to this in just a sec. I'm gonna restart Stream Deck. And then it'll redo all of its socket connections that it needs to do. Oops, I need to reconnect. Well, I don't need to reconnect the microscope yet. I know, it's all going wrong. Restarting Stream Deck usually helps it. So if I do the setup and I do BTS procedure, there we go. Okay, there we go. So that'll do. When I flip to the microscope, which we're eventually going to use, I'm going to need to, here, let's get the microscope working then. But anyway, ATM, you are right by bin 12481632644128 and Pizza Train and Denethal. So that is probably frozen. Yep, it's frozen. All right, so properties, deactivate, activate. We're back. FPS 30. Click OK. Properties. Configure video. Turn off all the automatic stuff. Hate the automatic stuff on these cameras. Pizza Train 11. She's in Philly, I think, and was a fan of the Red Letter Media streams. And she followed me over to my channel. It's pretty cool. Yeah, pizza train sounds tasty. A train made out of pizza. See how that all changed? That changed when I flipped it to highest FPS. A literal follower. I hope she's doing okay. I haven't heard from her in a little while. Not since the before times, before the COVID struck, before the Fire Nation attacked. FPS is highest FPS. Gain is at 199. What are you doing all the way up there? God, lower the gain, fucking Logitech. Jesus Christ. I'll do that, and then we'll go to there, and then I'll move this up a little bit. Okay. All right, there we go. We're looking at like mid layers of the this is the antenna. These are the Wi-Fi antenna that we're looking at right now. All right, move the computer out of the way because we got work to do. Let's get the start soon out of here. Pop, 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 pop. Start soon away. Go back. Very gradually, as not to shock the users. Fade out metronomic. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. What's going on, everybody? I've already started sweating. I was promised that it would not get above 80 degrees today, Fahrenheit. But the humidity is insane, and apparently our area is getting pummeled by humidity, or sorry, by like smoke and ash from Oregon, from what, 1,200 miles away. It's ridiculous. So let's stay indoors where it's nice and safe and not smoky. We've got to work on Octojay's parents' tablets. They're in bad shape. They're not in terrible shape, but they were in pretty bad shape. We replaced the screen, and it turns out that we would have to peel away all of the individual little pieces of glass from the screen in order to put it back on the plastic frame. So Octojay said, fuck that. I'm just gonna buy you the screen that is already attached to the frame, which is so much easier for me to work on. So we've got a screen attached to a frame. We have a new battery for one of them, and then we need to repair the USB socket. We did a lot of research into what specific USB connector they used on this tablet, and I'm worried about it because I think the pads for that USB connector came up with the USB connector, and I don't know if it was my terrible solder reworking. I know everybody in chat is ready to fucking jump on my ass to say, you did this because you suck. Everything you do is bad, and I must criticize everything and be snarky 100% of the time. But I'm going to ignore that and be humble and say that it might have... Glucose levels are yelling at me. See, like nothing is satisfied with what I'm doing around here. Okay, so I'm gonna say that it might have been my solder reworking that peeled off those pads. They probably should have been pretty strong though. If I didn't get heat into it properly, I might have peeled up the whole thing and they could have broken off. But it could also possibly have been flexing of the USB-C connector that caused the pad to kind of shear off with the rest of it. So theories aside, what it means is that I think when we drop a new USB connector in there, the pads might not line up. The end of the foot of the component might be right up against the edge of the pads. So we've got a choice. We could put a big blob of solder on there and call it a day. I could put a big blob of solder on there with a wire and call it a day. Or we could put a big blob of solder on there with a wire and a bit of UV epoxy to give it a little bit of strength. I'm not sure which one I want to do. We'll have to take a look at the part and figure out, exactly what I, can do. And see, the thing is, I don't know if I trust just solder. Maybe I do. With like a big solder blob on there. I don't know how long it'll last. I think whenever it breaks, Mr. Octojay is just going to be like, well, this thing's a piece of shit. But I feel like putting a little dollop of UV glue on it might not hurt. UV glue is not all that strong. It's not exactly an epoxy. So we'll play it by ear. Let me get all the tablet stuff over here. We can take a look at the USB connectors and see which one is the proper one. And I don't remember where any of the wires were supposed to go. I took notes on it. Hopefully my notes are clear enough and still on that piece of tablet that we can actually get to repairing it. Now I know the big Mr. Tablet goes together extremely well. It has just like the best snaps and everything, and it just kind of fits together. The other one is, I think, an Asus, and we looked it up, and there's like some screws and stuff like that, and I don't remember what screws. I may have to open up the stream from the stream archive and see what happened there. And I don't know which one it is. I haven't found it. So good times. All right. If I knew the date that we worked on it, that would be helpful. But anyway, I don't. All right, so let me put the computer project away. I'll literally throw it across the room, and then it'll break. We'll have to start over. All right, put this thing on. I'm gonna put it on a chair. Yeah, you stay there. All right, so tablet stuff. That's all the way across the room. Look at all this empty space now. Good God. 40 September. Okay. I feel like this thing didn't go through the procedure properly. I'm trying to do it again. Yeah, see, there it is. What the? I don't know what's up with this camera. Like, sometimes it just ignores the stuff I'm trying to configure on it. All right. Tablet stuff. That is my address on it. Hold on, let me just cut this. I have 2 pieces of cardboard with styrofoam in between. One of them has my address on it, but this is how they sent me the battery. There's the battery. Put the knife away. Put the knife away, man, please. All right, knife. Let me get the tablet parts. I put 2 containers over this so I didn't get them dusty. 2, I should say, trays. That is my frickin' address right on the front. Great, perfect. Can't even come over here with it. Hold on, I gotta cover my address. That's what the gaffer's tape is really for. Cover over the address. Should probably take 2 pieces, cover everything. Almost. Geez, that's expensive. 3 pieces of gaffer's tape? Kidding me? All right, there we go. That's no longer visible. All right, so here's all the tablet stuff, and we got to figure out what is what, what's going where, and I have to not break anything. Tape asthma, yeah. It's true, it's true. So this would be the screen. It's got some double-sided tape and the screen. Very well packaged. Very well packaged. Just in time. Yeah, I was showing the computer earlier that I just finished. Okay, that's all that from there. Covered over my address. The battery came in some interesting packaging because I didn't know what the hell it was. I didn't know how to open it, and you have to play kind of a guessing game with it. It was 2 pieces of cardboard and then 2 pieces of styrofoam, and then I had to figure out where I could open the styrofoam in order to get this thing to open, and the battery is just taped to the middle of it, which is pretty cool. We're pretty sure this one's gonna fit, but... Did the PC work? I fell asleep just after the hot cables last time. Yeah, we had it running Dirt Rally benchmark, because that's the only benchmark that I have. I just showed off, if you look at the VOD, Gonad, you can see the PC, because I had it up there for the entire pre-stream area. So I would urge you to click back to the VOD and take a look at it. But yeah, I think tomorrow we're going to be working on pixel art, assuming that I can finish these. We're going to be working on pixel art, pixel fart, and then I'll have the computer on the desk running benchmark stuff. I'll have to plug it into the wall and download whatever the latest and greatest benchmarking software is, and I can just have that thing running as a little heater. Plugged in, right? Yeah, okay. So yeah, here's the plastic frame that we were replacing. I gotta be real careful with all this stuff. I want to keep it all together. Keep it together, bother. You can do it. Now, this is the replacement screen, but it doesn't have the bevel around it, which is a shame. It'd be nice if I could do something else with this screen. I don't know what people are doing with tablet screens these days. Yeah, it is working. Somebody just let one fly. And now this is the one with the USB connector that we're concerned with. Now I put all the screws in here. And then we've got this one with the notes that I took. And then the case for the Asus. Oh, including the plastic backing for the Asus. No, wait, no. This is just the case for the Asus. So that all goes aside. We're going to work on this one first, because this should be the easy one. I'll put the case over there. I'm just being slow and careful with this, because I don't remember a lot of the stuff. I don't remember a whole hell of a lot from when we worked on these last. So that's the mom laptop. This is the dad laptop. This one gets the big battery, right? Because we got all that extra room. And I think this is 2 layers here. Yeah, okay. All right, there's the bottom. Here's the top. All kinds of neat stuff over there. We need to take a look at this circuit board where we've already removed the USB connector. I need to be careful not to smudge any of my notes. I said, hey, Zeus. Hey, Jude. Also, I've got blue tape on the other side of this. Sad song and make it better. Okay. Here is the, this is a tablet right here. This is the cool part, is that this is a tablet. Wait, what? What is that? Okay, that's a meme that I don't know. Okay. Oh, God. I thought I did the procedure on... Okay, hold on. I can't stand these visuals. Sorry, a little bit of setup here. No, that shouldn't be... Maybe if I turn it there. Yeah, that's probably what it is. Oh, yeah, that's so much better. Okay. The white balance is set too high. Oh, is that Die Hard with a Vengeance? Sam Jackson? Okay. I haven't watched that in a little while. All right, so we need to clean up this stuff. It's nice that we've got all of the connectors broken out here just in case things go really wrong. And then there's this right here too that we can... I don't even know what that is. This is a this board is like a generic tablet board. It's got a lot of connections on here, a lot of different doodads that can be hooked up that aren't in use. And some of them are just like straight up speaker connections. Some of them are little bits of circuit that could be installed. There seems to be a lot of functionality, like, you know, there's some kind of like LED maybe thing. I don't know. This is conjecture, but I mean, we've got a lot of like chips and stuff that can be installed and a lot of external connections that weren't or were used. It's really cool. It's like a generic... I watched the first one hundreds of times because it was one of the few VHSs grandma had. Yeah, exactly. It was on TV a lot too. See, microphone 2, record, transistor. It's kind of really interesting. I mean, there's the headphone cable connection or whatever. Buttons. Why is my phone fucking ringing? Oh, it's a Delaware exchange. That's clearly going to be legit. Hello. Whoa! It immediately hung up. Yeah, I'm gonna get a prank call in a minute. Anyway, pretty good engineering on this board. I mean, we've taken a look at it before. There aren't even blind vias. You know that there are vias here. They're not even there though. That's how advanced this circuit board is. That's pretty baller. You can kind of see a little bit of distortion where there are vias. So see, there's a little like, just a little light distortion around there. Yeah, it's probably going to be extended warranty. That's why I try to answer it as robotically as I can. Hello, you have reached Movie Phone. If you would like to make a reservation, please press 1. All right, so this right here, there's the damage that I was talking about before. Get your "that's a lot of damage" memes out of the way. I got a call from Stephen Baldwin. What the fuck? Hello, it's me, Lumpy Baldwin. I wasn't saying Stephen was lumpy. It was a Red Letter Media joke. That's pretty good. That's exactly where my brain went the first time you said hello. Yeah, if I'm careful about my pronunciation and stuff, I've had people on the phone tell me I sound like an automated operator, so I've embraced it. Hello, you have reached Warranty Extended Services. It's a little too low. My voice isn't quite in the right mood for it right now. Okay, I don't know. We didn't clamp this to anything last time, and I'm gonna have to do a little bit of rework on it. Basically, what I have to do is get rid of the solder in these two pads, and then we'll have to take a look at how the new connector compares to the old ones. So, I mean, I can tape this to the desk. I've done that before for rework. I think right now what I can do is just tolerate it in the position that it's in. I need to choose the right soldering iron tip, and although, I think this one will be okay for this. I feel like I might need a larger one because these are big ground planes. So I'm not sure. I've had 2 calls from Her Majesty's Customs and Review. Like, I mean, politicians are anemically saying that they're going to do something. We're going to get you. We're going to get you, phone spammers. We'll do it. We'll do it. Just you wait. Just you wait. I said something about it 14 weeks ago, and by God, we'll get something organized to do something about it. Yeah, it's like, please do something about it and stop talking about it. I'd really appreciate that. I'm sick of getting calls from my own area code, which is not even the area code that I live in. Yeah, they do originate out of the country. And actually, if you guys know Kit Boga, this is my Kit Boga story. Tom Thinks rated Kit Boga the other day, and I was like, ah, man, I miss watching Kit. I used to watch Kit Boga a lot back before I streamed, even actually at the start of when I streamed. But he, basically pranking the prank callers and making them waste their time. That's sort of the gist of the whole thing, right? And there was one time that he called, that he was on the phone with one of these prank callers, and somehow, I guess, yeah, I'm gonna need a bigger tip. This is not putting enough heat in there. Somehow the subject came up with like locations. And so the prank caller just was making up locations, just random spots that they were from. And he said Pennsylvania. And so Boga's like, oh, I know Pennsylvania. Just, egging him on. Like, yeah, I know some places around there. And the prank caller was like, yeah, I'm from Berwyn. It's like, well, that's fucking where I'm from. Like, oh, you might not know the place. It's kind of way out there. Oh yeah, well, I kind of know some areas of the PA, like where are you from? Like my family's from there. They were both lying to each other. And he says Berwyn, and that happens to be where I'm stationed right now. And I was like, you son of a bitch. He's like, oh yeah, and he pulls up Berwyn on Google Maps, and he's like, yeah, that's really out there. That's really out in the sticks. I'm like, you son of a bitch. I'm not out in the sticks. You're out in the sticks. That was my one bogus story. That was a long time ago, though. I should probably drop that story. It's no longer relevant. So the larger tip is going to allow me to get more heat in here faster. Unfortunately, it is also sticking to the goddamn circuit board. So that's always fun. That's why I'm adding a little bit of solder. I think what I need to do is load this thing up with flux, and then I can use the solder sucker on it. I think that's my only hope. Because I need to open up these pins because that's where the supports for the USB cable go. So yeah, while that's molten, I'm going to pull that away. Now, I probably need a surface under it. That's not really going to sit flat. If I put the wire cutters on the other end, that'll hold up the rest of this thing. Yeah, it might work. Yeah, there's the BOGO mode. All right, flux. Tacky flux. I use this stuff sparingly. I'm not Louis Rossmann. There is an enormous blob on this thing. Is that a face in the blob? That looks kind of like Dave's avatar. The weird egg with sunglasses on. All right, anyway, maybe tweezers, a little bit of tweezers. Yeah, this is the tablet I took apart a while back. If you know the date of that, stream, I'd really appreciate it, because I may have to pull that up in order to figure out where stuff goes. I think, given the markings on the board and my notes, I should be able to do this, but I'm a little reluctant because I don't remember anything. Now, I'm going to use the solder sucker, right? Oh, not to suck the pad off, Fluffy Pink Llama. I challenge you to be positive. This is the Engineer SSO1. It's got engineer in the name. That's how you know it's good. That's a lie. Oh no, the markings have gone away. I guess I used it quite a bit the other day, and I must have gotten stuff on it. Anyway, the Engineer solder sucker, I think it's like SSO1. It uses the Star Trek TNG font, but I guess I handled it a little bit too much the other day, and all the markings rubbed off at once. It was a Friday project, that's all I got. Fat lot of good you are, huh? What are you even doing here? Not even helping. No, I'll find it. I'll find it. If we really truly need it, I'll be able to figure out what day is Friday and then just go back in the files. I've got all the files on this computer. This is like the last day that I can run this hard drive in this computer, because I'm going to have to transfer everything off of the C drive soon because these 1080p videos are filling it up. So, all right. Okay. I could probably even go back in PMs and figure out where I mentioned that I'm going to be working on the tablets. Then again, there were a lot of false alarms where I said I would be working on the tablets and I ended up working on the computer because I'm irresponsible and I have no time management skills. That's why I'm on Twitch. That heat is leaving this thing like immediately. Yeah, that's not going to work. I need the larger tip. I need to use the giant iron tip. Let's involve thermals in this. So you guys can see the struggle. I don't want to preheat the whole board because it's full of like adhesives and stuff that were done later. I know the Captain tape will be fine, but like some of these pads and stuff, I don't think they're going to appreciate the heat. Hold on, properties, deactivate, activate. There we go. All right, so let's use the giant tip. Let's use the really, really big guy. Try to clean those out. If you don't have a high wattage soldering iron like this with a bunch of different tips, it helps to have a gas-powered soldering iron in the wings, waiting in the wings, because a gas-powered soldering iron will be able to get very hot and have a lot of thermal capacity right at the tip. Nice and clean. All right, micro view. There we go. Now you guys can see where all the heat's going. All right, now there's already a lot of flux and solder over here, so I think I can rely on that. Get this thing nice and close. Just let that heat get in there for a little bit, so that both sides of this connector can get nice and molten, and then make a good seal. Fuck. Happens every fucking time, doesn't it? Every time. See if we can do a little better on that. I might stand the board up and do one side to the other. There's a bird outside chirping away. Go eat mosquitoes, bird. All right, take two. Nope, not yet. All right, try it on the other end. What do we got going on here? Well, they look indistinguishable from one another. At least the board sits a little flatter. Try to get a little bit of solder in there. Kind of freshen it up. It's not getting in there. It's going to the top of the iron. Why are you doing this to me? Yeah, the excessive amounts of heat are uncontrolled heat. I guess I got to do it like this. I hate to do that. The excessive amounts of uncontrolled heat from a butane soldering iron could potentially lead to your pads lifting up. You got to be careful about that. This is a controlled amount of heat. It is a lot of heat. I just need to be careful about mechanically stressing out this thing. I'm just getting a little annoyed because I can't get solder into it. So press that down to there. That should be, why is it not? It's just, I just can't, the geometry of the whole thing is fighting me. Stop it. Just get in there. Why couldn't I have been a video game streamer? I wouldn't have to deal with this shit. this is fucking shit. Yeah, I guess you're right. Flux. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, I feel bad for doing this. Ugh. Okay. No, the problem is, Biggie, that the smaller tip was it was cooling off as soon as it made a connection. I need to have one with the big heater on the end, and then I need to have a lot of thermal mass. So I chose the big wedge because this thing is a monster in terms of heat delivery. I am pressing it down against the heat sink, so that might be sucking up some of the heat there. But if I can just get that to heat through that pad, I'm finding it a little difficult to see what I'm doing. And I think we ran into this problem last time. I'm just going to hold that for a second. All right, let's try it. Nope, I didn't even nearly make... Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stand it up and try it that way. If I stand it up, then I can heat one side, and the other side can be... I can put the sucker on. Just careful not to crush the board. I just want to hold it steady. Let's try this way. Stupid giant ground plane. Wait, that's not it. What was that? One sec. 1 second. That was just a piece of solder that made its way over there. There's no components right there. Okay, so yeah, we'll go one end to the other. Nope. Okay. I'm gonna have to actually wait, maybe I can use you guys to help me see what I'm doing. Yeah, here we go. So I'm gonna add a bunch of solder to one end and then suck it through to the other. Either, I think I missed the spot. I think that almost got it. Nope, not even a little bit. God, this thing is annoying. I slipped. I hit the button and everything went awry. I don't think we got through there. I think it was close, maybe. Notice that the whole side, that whole part of the board is dissipating the heat. I can add solder to one end. Yeah, I think I'm just not making like good connection with it. Yeah, even on the other side of the board, it's like the solder's barely melting. Because as soon as the solder makes an interface, it cools off. The thing that I could think to do would be to heat up this whole board with a torch from a distance so that it's hot, and then use the soldering iron on it. I think I have to do that. What, try from the other direction? I don't think so. I mean, there's less components over here for me to accidentally cook. That's like, it's so close. That's so close to doing it. There's still like a little bit of stuff in there. Ah, that's so annoying. It's not good enough though. A new connector is not going to drop in on that. Here, I'm going to put a little bit of a heat load on this thing initially. That's it. Okay, solder wasn't ready. Yeah, see, it's like the heat doesn't get through to the other end. This will be easy to resolder. It's just for right now, it's not. Oh, because I slipped. That's why. There you go. And then let it get in there. Pop it. Yeah, they don't seem to be doing quite the right. Here, I'll show you guys what it looks like. It's so close. Look at that. It's so close. You can see through it a little bit, but not quite. Maybe the solder braid with the big tip will help now. Clean up the little bits of extra that are left over without it becoming a like a surface area nightmare. We'll try it. Let's try it. But I mean, the heat dissipation on this board is absolutely brilliant. Like, look at that. Big tip. Desolder braid. Lots and lots of flux. That's what I tried that. I tried that several times. The flushing it with good solder and then redoing it. Gonna have to do it again though. I mean, that's how it's done. I don't think Chip Quick is good to use here. I don't think that's quite the right stuff, but Really just load it up with solder. Take it all. See if I care. I don't care at all. I don't care if you hold on to the solder forever. All right, and then should I try sucking it again or desolder braiding it? I think I'll try sucking it again. So this goes on one side. So I'm making a good amount of contact. I see it bubbling on the other end. Didn't do anything. I got caught. The camera's caught in my shirt. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Ow. Owie. Who would have known this whole thing is warm? Bah humbug. All right. Solder braid. Hold on, I gotta trim this. Every time I do something like this, everything cools off a little bit, right? This is the big struggle of the day, I guess. The rest of it is just figuring out what wires go where, but getting this to rework properly and getting a new socket in here that I'm gonna trust is the hard part. Well, yeah, I am going to use UV resin, but not quite in that way. It's not, please do stuff. More flux. If I really have to, I guess I could get hot air involved. I just don't want to overheat the components, you know, I don't want to touch any of this stuff. This is now attached, and it's not coming unattached. Biggie, I don't know who you are or what your skill level is here. I don't know what to trust. Bah fucking humbug. Look at this fucking thing. God, the balls on this thing. All right, a little bit of heat. Not too much. I already smell stuff getting too hot. A little bit of aggressive heat. See if the solder braid doesn't get a kick up from that. It does not. What the fuck? This thing is a beast. Decided to censor myself there. Listen here, you little shit pad. I need you to give up that solder, because I need to solder something to you. Yeah, not quite that harsh. I know that smell. The smell of burning fiberglass. No. I did smell like possibly some of the sticker stuff getting a little too warm. This is not appreciating anything that I'm doing to it, though. I don't seem to be busting through. This is a real problem. I guess the alternative is that I can take hot air to it for a little while. I just don't want to damage any of this stuff. I'll put some Captain tape down on it so that I have a barrier. It's all I can do. This thing's still hot. It's gonna hurt to put this Captain tape down. But I guess, yeah, I do have to deploy hot air on this because it's being a bitch. What's going on the other side of the board? I don't think there are any components. Yeah, I don't have to worry about it over there. So actually, I'm gonna work on this side if I'm doing hot air, because that way I don't have to worry about. Well, I guess I do have to worry about components getting too hot. Let's see here. Yeah, I have to worry about the components dropping off if I flip it over to the other side. I only put 2 layers of Captain tape just because I don't want to have to rework this size of surface mount today. I'm not up for that. Just got my computer working. We're gonna give it a shakedown run tomorrow. While I do art, we'll have a nice easy time tomorrow. So I don't wanna start off my relaxing week with ruining Octojay's tablets. That would not be fun. All right, so yeah, hot air. We got this thing set to 500C. Burn, baby, burn. Corday99 coming in with a 45-month streak. Corday, thank you so much. Holy shit, 45. 45. Let's put it up on the board. Bop. I'm going to take a sip of soda. By sip, I mean I'm going to fucking guzzle it. Jesus Christ. Okay. We're waiting for Corday to get through the Twitch API. There he goes. I gotta move the fan. I'm sweating. I'm sweaty. The reason I'm guzzling soda is because my glucose level is 231. Which is not terrible, but it's also not great. Hyperglycemia makes you thirsty. Corday99, welcome to the board. Here by Dr. WD40, family-friendly nickname, Dinsdale Brana, Lillian Apple, all kinds of good names. All right, back to Failure Squad. Okay. So, in lieu of any other good ideas, I've added Captain tape to the board. You can see that that heat is completely dissipated on the thing. Hey, I used to hang out with mechanical engineers. Okay, bop. That thing was, oh god, has it been on the whole time? No, I'm just turning it on now. Okay, that thing turns on. Let's move this screen out of the way. All the fragile stuff. Now usually I'd put down the silicone mat. I guess I'll just put this thing up on a heatsink, move it up and away from the desk, because the desk is made out of some pretty nasty, pretty low temperature plastic. What, mechanical engineers were cool? What are you talking about? At least in my school. All right. 500 degrees Celsius air. Get the tools out of the way. Screws out of the way. What's our game plan here? I add a bunch of heat to this. Over here. I add a bunch of heat to this, and then I come in with a soldering iron, I guess. It's the only feasible plan. It's just loading a whole shitload of heat onto here that's going to be the tough part. That's going to get the desk too hot. I'm going to move it like this. There we go. Now my backdrop is going to mostly be on the aluminum heatsink. I don't think so. I don't think the CS kids are the cool ones. They definitely weren't. Some of my EE buddies were cool, but a lot of them just were not worth hanging out with. And then the mechanical engineers were the ones that were kind of normal. I have 2 layers of Kapton tape that are sort of loosely... CS is computer science. That's basically computer engineering, kind of. CS and EE were a very, very close-knit bunch. See how much this is resisting? Like, this is not... I don't think this is molten. Not even close. Come on, buddy. We're definitely getting plenty of heat into the area. The desk is starting to... the desk mat is starting to show signs of overheating. All right, let's see how that is in terms of preheating everything. Now that's going to ramp up and make a lot of noise, so you guys have to just kind of tolerate it. Well, I'm using the hot air as like a glorified preheater, so I don't have to fight the ground plane as much. Looks like that's not going to work though. Almost. Did you see that? Almost. Fuck. Flux. This is going to make a lot of smoke. Try to focus that heat in there. Oh, you son of a bitch. It looked like it almost worked. Yeah, what if I do both at once? I don't know if my iron's gonna really appreciate that. No, it's not working. And I'm not that good with my left hand, so... I'm kind of SOL on this one. Well, hold on. Let me refresh the solder braid. Nothing feels warm. I don't know what's going on. The thermals are definitely showing that I am getting heat in there, but... Benadryl makes you too groggy in the morning. All right, we're gonna go a little Louis Rossmann style, and we're gonna mourn the loss of my flux. I'm not gonna turn up the temperature on the iron because I don't think it's a temperature thing. It's just a heat bleeding off thing. And you can see, goddamn, everything in front of me is very, very, very warm. So if I get this in there, I get this on top of it. Hello? Hello? That should hold heat in there, and it should have an excessive amount. But the problem is, it's not getting the heat down into that pad, which is where this comes in. Hey, Warzaber, weren't you just traveling or something? You said that on Rabo's stream. Good to see you back, man. Pac-Man, Pac-Man. Well, the problem with the soldering iron on the other side is holding it still. That did work a little bit, but... Two soldering irons is not the... No, no, no. No, no, no. You guys are crazy. That one seems to have cleaned up more. Oh, no. I just wasted a bunch of solder. It hit the big soldering iron. All right. Now, I'll be able to get this. I just need to figure out what the technique is. And I am being careful. Detroit to San Diego. Oh, man. I am being careful not to, like, burn the hole up because we need it. That's why you don't see me going for the more outlandish techniques here. It's almost, what are you training AI to do? Dare I ask? Son of a bit, like, okay, all right. Warzaber. Hey, to burn things. 26 months. Warzaber, thank you so much for the sub. Why does it always do this? It goes back to just being a little like surface tension monster. I mean, I guess like push comes to shove, maybe I can heat up the part and drop it down that way. That might be my only option here if this thing is going to continually be a piece of shit. Warzaber, going into my force statements, I mean my AI that's going to burn the name onto the board. Actually, oh bother. That's what you guys sound like. All right, over here. Warzaber, welcome to the board. Focus, focus, focus. There we go. No, I don't want to surface mount the connector because then it won't be strong. Won't be the same thing. No, what I'm gonna probably do is have to solder it down from the top and have it just fall into place. Welcome to the board. Thank you for subbing. Appreciate it. Good to see you. Hope you had a nice trip. Have a nice fall. See you next trip. All right. Comical Centipede. Thank you for following. All right. So yeah. So I sourced a bunch of different connectors here, and I'm gonna try to find what the best one is. Let me get the old one out. The old one was up here. I don't know what happened to it. It had been living right here for a little while, rent-free. Anybody need a vacuum tube? Actually, this is the one that blew up when I coughed on it. My other computer has an extensive vacuum tube amplifier for the audio, which I thought I would buy and then make fun of and say it was totally terrible. Turns out that's not the case, and I really, really love it. It's kind of neat to have like special audio. Oh, there it is. It's way in here. But anyway, so I was sitting at my computer, and the amplifier has like exposed vacuum tubes on top of it. It's from a company called Shit, S-H-I-I-T. And I went, and a little piece of phlegm went from my face straight out, and it went and hit the vacuum tube. And the thing about vacuum tubes is they have heaters on them. They're triodes. They have a little heater that's baking electrons off the anode and cathode, or from the anode to the cathode or whatever, using a grid to sort of facilitate the transfer, right? That's how they work. That's how vacuum tubes work. And so there's a heater in here, and this thing basically functions like a light bulb. So that little piece of phlegm went and sat on the light bulb. And if you've ever spat on a light bulb, we once had a black light bulb, and I spat on it because I was a kid. And it made a little square on the light bulb, the piece of spittle, and then that little square of glass went and shot across the room. Well, that caused a crack in the vacuum tube because of the sudden cooling. And that little crack let in air, and there's like mercury vapor in the tube. And so I got a wonderful mercury vapor display on this while my right speaker went and made this awful noise. And so this was like glowing blue and like burbling and it was like an eldritch horror inside of the tube as that mercury baked away. It was cool, but it sucked. That's why you always, if you're working with vacuum tubes, have extras. Anyway, Trade Splatter just subbed for 11 months saying, "You're a heater." Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. I get it. All right, let's put Trade Splatter up on the board. Thank you so much for the 11 months. Appreciate it. Ow. It did kind of have a Professor Manhattan look to it. You're right. Wait, it's Dr. Manhattan. What are you talking about? Trade Splatter. You're up. I burned the stream. Thank you for the 11 months. Pop. All right. So I got the USB plug, and we can take a look at what we're going to be replacing it with and try to get it right. So tweezers. There we go. That's a piece of solder. So this is the old one. Hard to see. Hold on. God, this stuff is, everything's warm over here. Here's the old one, and you can see little pieces of the pads that are left over on it. Those are the pads that ripped up. Now, I'm not sure if I did it or if that was the result of this center plastic piece getting loose. Because when USB was plugged into this thing moved up and down. It doesn't seem to do that anymore. The USB plug moved up and down a lot, and what would happen is just the plastic would flex up and down, and then this piece back here would flex up and down, and so it would stress out all these pins. So I think I might be in the clear in terms of like who ripped those pads off, but you know, I don't know. But anyway, it's got 4 little legs on it that make it a very strong connector. It's too bad the rest of the design of it didn't quite pan out. I mean, it feels like there's nothing quite wrong with it, but that's just what happened. It just ripped up its pad. So it's got these little feeties that go into those holes. Now, what I could do is if we get the one that's just like this and put it down on top of those holes, I can selectively heat them up and drop this thing down into them. I don't know if I can do hot air because it requires quite a bit of hot air in order to get that thing to, you know, become solder again. But yeah, let's take a look at the ones that I bought and see which one might be the right one. I don't even remember what these things cost. I had to buy a bunch of different USB-C board edge connectors in order to see which one would be potentially either a match or the exact same one. It's a shame. It's a shame you don't get schematics anymore with products. This one is compatible, but it's not the same. So ever so slightly different design, but it's just about the same thing. And that might mean that this one's going to hold on to that center plastic piece a little better. Let's take a look at another one. This one's from the same bin, but I think I ordered 2 different parts. The difference between the part numbers is going to be very, very subtle. different products from the same company, I think. These are in tape and reel, which means they're in these little peel away containers that you can put into a machine and have it do pick and place, as in picking it up out of that tape and then depositing it on a circuit board for soldering. This one looks very similar as well. However, I believe the placement of the pins is different. I think you got to wait for it to lapse, right? You can't just like continue with a prime. Everything about Prime is designed to take advantage of the psychology of people not setting schedules. So unless you're if you're regularly watching a channel, which is how I do my Prime, I do my Prime on a channel that I regularly watch, and that way, whenever it comes up, I'll know. I go, oh, it's time to renew the Prime. But the way Prime is designed is so that you forget about it. They don't give you a reminder. Yeah, but if you want to actually hook your credit card up to Twitch and pay actual money, which I have a feeling they have a bunch of different ways you can pay, it will auto-renew. And so that's taking advantage of the other end. Why did we get so many of these? I don't remember ordering 70,000 of these. I must have messed up that order. Ugh. I did not need 35. It must have been a pack of 5. I bet you I bought several of a pack. I bet you I got 5 times 5 or something like that. Oh well. Guess who's gonna make a board edge USB-C breakout board soon? I guess I need to do that. This is a ridiculous amount of extras, though. This is too many extras. Look at this. Like 2 extras is probably the order of magnitude, but this is like dun 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 okay, anyway, that's a lot. That's too many. This is a bad order. This is a bad order, and I should feel bad. Yeah. USB-C iPhone mods. I guess in my audio thing, if in my sound card, the DAC, the digital analog converter, if anything goes wrong with that USB port, because there's a USB mini on the back of it. I really despise USB mini or micro or whatever the fuck. I despise both mini and micro. If that ever breaks off, which is an inevitability, then I can replace it with a USB-C, which is a much better constructed cable. I mean, look at these board edge. Look at these board edge cables. They're made. They've got a brace on the back side of them. They're made. That's not an advantage. Anyway, USB-C, USB 3 micro. Get the fuck out of here. I fucking hate that thing. It is the ultimate in pops off of the PCB cable. No, yeah, but anyway, these are great because they've got through hole anchors, and then the pins are surface mount, and these are board edge, which maybe I wouldn't have done if I made my own. But yeah, it's a good connector. This one, however, I guess has problems in that it can flex the plastic. So no, USB-C is better. It's more recent. Okay, so in terms of where they're connecting, this one is out. This one's too low. The original, actually, wait a minute. Wait just a minute. Well, it looks a little taller, doesn't it? So yeah, so far, this one's out. This one. This is kind of the fun part for me. I kind of enjoy this. It looks like that one's out too. Oh well. Rest in pepperonis, my friend. B is not good. I'll tell you why USB-B is not good. Oh, full-size B. Okay, full-size B is very good. Full-size B is very good. Mini B is, or micro, whichever the fuck one this is. Whichever one this fucking thing is bad. Because what'll happen in them, or at least it happened in the past, is that, this is not B, I know, mini B. When you plug this thing in, sometimes it will, okay, I get it, chat. You guys know what USB plugs are called. Holy fucking shit. Anyway, when you plug this thing in, it'll sometimes catch the wire inside, the one that's been pushed into like a channel that makes up the device side connection, and it'll push that device side connection pin into this back plate, and that'll cause a short. And I've had it happen on several. Can they stop updating full-size B after 3.0? Yeah, I think so. I don't think anybody's using it anymore. And if they are, then there's some, you know, smaller operation consumer product thing. All right, so we got to find a compatible one, and we're narrowing it down right now. So the ones that we need to narrow it down to, we've got these three as an option, and it looks like this one isn't, that one's actually close. This one might be the closest. Yeah, the generation of mobile, the affordable camera and audio gear uses those, yeah. cosmoquestx is rating with a party of 25. Hello and welcome, party of 25 from cosmoquestx. Press 2 to go to menu. Press 3 for messages. Anyway, thank you guys for rating. Appreciate it. We're looking at Octojay's tablets. We're doing a little tablet repair. I finished my computer. The computer project is quote-unquote finished, although tomorrow we're going to be doing a shakedown run with that computer on this desk under thermal cameras. I'll get some proper 3D marking kind of software on it, and then I'm going to be working on emotes in the meantime. Although, chat, at the beginning of the stream, chat was telling me that maybe I could use a 1U rack cooler with my really nice AMD stuff and put the really nice AMD stuff in the computer case and actually use that. That's really tempting, and I have to ignore them. I have to ignore them because it's really, really tempting for me to put the actual computer stuff that I bought and just say, you know what, fuck it, I'm not going to buy a graphics card at this point because graphics cards suck. I'm going to wait for, 1 year for the next generation to come out, and then maybe I'll do this shuffle again where I constantly look at alerts and spend my time and effort and sanity trying to get a graphics card. But for the time being, I could put that other motherboard to use, the new one that I bought, the 5950X, into that computer and use it, and it wouldn't blow everything up. It would actually work with a 1U rack cooler on it. But LAN party computer built into a 3U rack case. Mine's already small enough for that. I mean, the 3U rack case is the one that's right over there is going to be for the stream computer, and that I've got all the parts for. We'll work on that eventually. I don't want to do back-to-back computer projects, but the regular computer case thing, and I did post final pictures of it in my stream projects section of the Discord if you guys want to take a look. I'm not going to pull it back over here to show you guys. It'll be on the desk tomorrow, and we'll work around it and stuff. It would be, I'm super tempted. I'm super tempted to take that new motherboard and put it in. Maybe in a couple months, like not too much time, I'll do that. What do you guys say? Like we'll give that a try. I don't want to have to like throttle the motherboard, or sorry, throttle the processor, but it is going to be pretty powerful. Oh man, that would be nice. That'd be nice. I think I'm going to have to do that. I know it may be a little longer than a week, but it is definitely going to be. It's going to wear away at me until I do it. You know that feeling? You know that feeling? I literally have the computer sitting in a box. And it's got everything it needs on it, including a water block, but I'm not going to be doing that. Not in that frame, anyway. It would have to be a larger case in order to accommodate water cooling, and so I don't want to do that. But it's currently an i5 2700. The more weird crap you put into PCs, the less friends and family expect you to fix their PCs. Mine doesn't even resemble a PC at this point. Okay, so here's the deal. Like, these are all different. These are all completely different. I think this one has the best chance of being the same thing. This is probably close enough. What else do we have? Well, it looks like the design has changed, or at least between manufacturers. The dimensions look samey. Make the case hole bigger. No! I refuse. Not on the air-cooled case? No. And water cooling is going to be such a change that I need to like start from the beginning on that. Like here. These are, by the way, these are all the wire clips. This file. Oh wait, hold on. Oh yeah, if you guys are curious, this is what it looks like. I don't like the orange too. I think I might print the outer facing pieces in gray. Everything else can stay orange, but the orange is too light. But yeah, this is what I did underneath, and this is what I was working on this morning, was getting this right. Getting all these clips in place and all the wires in place so that everything was nice and organized. And then the top of the case is, of course, 3D printed. It looks like a portable HEV supercharger. It looks a lot better with the anodized black rails. If I could have made an anodized black heatsink, which I do have the anodization stuff, but the anodization stuff is too... you would need to get rid of the anodization that's already on there, so I can't. I can't do carbon fiber on top because I just can't cut it. Like, I guess I could make strips, but I'm not going to deal with that dust. I'm good. The only carbon fiber we get is this thing right here. But yeah, I was going to make the 3D print on this part gray, because I don't want to move to the black rails, even though they do look pretty good. It does kind of wrap the whole look of this thing together with the darker rails. Like, it really actually does look pretty good with the dark rails, but I'm not going to do that. I wanted to have a lighter looking computer, so darker gray on this will kind of wrap it all together. But yeah, that's the computer. The thing is, I don't have a back plate for that one thing, and I do actually have the motherboard in Fusion. Let's see if this opens without taking a shit on me. Looks like you can pop it in and fix the Hubble. Yeah, right? Hey, they got Hubble working again, didn't they? Or was it just continually working? What's happening with that other one? The big European one. Space telescope. There's a couple parts in here. Just a few. My computer is working a little bit tough on this one. Yeah, the web. How's that doing? Oh, it's launching in October. I thought they already launched it. James Webb. There we go. So yeah, for the water-cooled version of the PC, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that needs to go in there. I'd have the power supply in and have that water-cooled. And then this is the 6900 XT, which I had to remodel because it's slightly different dimensions and stuff. But, yeah, I don't know. Oh, Hubble was fixed. They had to recover the computer. Didn't they reboot it? Wasn't it one of those things? But yeah, here's the motherboard with generic RAM in there. I have this board and the RAM all ready to go. And here's the back panel, save for that my back panel has a few fewer connections on it. So technically I could make a back plate for this and 3D print it and have it drop in to the computer as it is. It's pretty much the same dimensions as everything that's already there, so. The update Java thing opened in the tray and they had to update it. Yeah, this is me just kind of like working out how to fit everything into the computer with the size factor and using 2020 rails, and it's absolutely fucking impossible. I'm having a lot of trouble with this, sort of planning out where stuff's supposed to go. Absolutely impossible. Like the connectors, there's no room for the connectors here. There's a lot to be desired in this design. I was trying to make it work, but there's a lot of struggles going on with this thing. But anyway, I have this motherboard with the two M2 drives. I could get rid of the drive underneath the computer and everything, and then run this with a 1U rack cooler on it. Noctua, just basically exactly what's already there. Chat's telling me that it's only 100 watts, so I would still probably get away with the same cooler. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Hubble was made for the space shuttle, and we don't have the space shuttle anymore, right? All right, let's get back. Anyway, stop talking about this, Father. Why are you always talking about fucking computers? It's so boring. Yeah, all right. So among the plugs that we have, among us, the plugs that we have, I think this one's going to be the way to go. This one is doable, although it might be in a slightly wrong position. This one's probably the best bet. So what we're going to do is we're going to drop this down on the pads, and then I'm going to jump from anchor to anchor to anchor to anchor until this thing sits down. There's a couple of Burons still in the hangar. Man, the pictures of that thing is so cool. It's such like a dystopian kind of like it was Earth all along. Who knew? It's, oh man, the Soviet copy of the space shuttle, basically. Is that what, wait, is that the Buran, or am I talking crazy about something that's not related? Oops, it actually goes on the other side. Hold on. Let's flip the board. We're not going to use hot air anymore. Rotate the borderizer. Come on. What am I referencing? Rotate the board. That's number wang. Actually, it's both a Funhouse joke and a Mitch and Webb. All right. So there. Get this thing over here. This thing goes like this. I'm pretty sure, right? It went on this side? I'm pretty sure. Now, here's the thing. Look at that. So the pins of this go right up to the edge of the pads where they ripped off. So I may need to take some motor wire or similar and drop it down on top of that. Now, I could just do a solder bridge connection. That would probably be okay too. And then I can drop UV epoxy over the whole thing in order to make sure that it all fits, right? Not certain about that, but we will try to sink this thing in first and get it mechanically mounted. So yeah, the method before didn't work. Oh yeah, wait, one more little detail. One more little detail, chat. Now this plug is designed with thermoplastic, and it's designed to drop in and be able to be soldered. I don't really trust it that much, so what I'm going to be doing is plugging in another cable to it. I will plug a connector into it, and that will sink away some of the heat, and it'll keep everything aligned and in position. So what I have for that are breakout boards for USB-C. Let's see here. I got my miscellaneous. These are like the most used microcontroller-y kind of things, and so included with that is our some USB breakouts. So let's use one of those. USB-C breakouts, I should say. USB-C. Well, there's one that's already plugged in. There's a loose one around somewhere. Okay, I'll just use this though. So yeah, these are the same ones that I used in the thermal imager. I mean, this is a nice board edge mounted USB-C. Unfortunately, it doesn't have anything to do with the design of this thing. These I now have a 1,000 of, so I might as well make my own breakout, I guess. I don't know why I got so many. I think it was a pack of 5, and the listing just didn't really make that explicit. Pack of 5, and I'm like, I'll take 5. So yeah, plug it in, click, nice little click going on there. And then basically what I'll do is I'll go from pin to pin and just solder it down. And then when it sits down finally, I'll be able to assess what we're going to do about the pins. Try to get some light over here. It's tough to get light on this subject. How's that? You guys can see? It's going to be a little bit bright because I'm using a lot of excess external light. I just hope this thing was actually on this side of the board, you know? And then I'll have to get the really precision tip to get into the pins. Right? What is this? Some kind of joke to you? It's like not cooperating. All right, buddy. You know, see if I care. If you cooperate or not. I will make you cooperate. Already got a shitload of flux down. Man, if anything, this thing is fighting me. Yeah, there's like, man, the heat dissipation on this board is like legendary. Ridiculous. That sort of worked. Actually, that really worked. That's sort of seated right now. Let's go to the other side and see if I can't sink that. If it's not already sunk down, it might already be sunk down. Yeah, that just needs a little massaging. Oh, there it goes. It requires like a couple seconds of heat before it even like starts to be manipulable. There's just such a ground plane on this thing. It's insane. How's that look? Not quite. Ah! Not quite. And maybe it's just because I haven't done anything with soldering in a while, but like, I know what I'm doing, guys. I know what I'm doing. Oops, jeez. Yeah, I think a little bit more flux. I mean, this is already getting a little overfluxed, but I don't like the amount that I've got in here, but we've been removing it with the braid and stuff, so. It's a bad idea to go super high temperature because then you lift pads in spite of their giant ground plane. I think we need to do the whole side at once. All right, move over to the other side. It's too bad it doesn't just like sit down in there naturally, but. Well, I mean, look, man, once again, like, does it look like I'm having trouble actually getting the solder to melt? I mean, yeah, a little bit, but now that I've actually got contact and a little bit of flux on there, not having that much trouble. So upping the temperature would be risking the pads. Ouch. That got hot. How does that look? I think that's pretty much in there. So there's the method. We couldn't fight the what do you call it? Couldn't fight the interior of the board, so I had to basically put this thing in live. Try to get that as far back as possible. Okay, so now here's what we can do in order to solder these. I can do drag soldering. Now, if we're confident in drag soldering, because I moved this thing back far enough that we can't even, I don't even see a gap there. Let's get the camera a little closer because I want to observe this. Allow me to educate you about, just, all right, all right. Those are barely touching. Those are barely touching, but a solder bridge will bridge that gap. I think what I can do is we'll drag solder this. The solder will bridge the gap, and then, I mean, I don't think I'm going to remove excess. We'll clean up all the flux, and then I will UV glue the back end. And that should hopefully give it something to press up against if it starts to break again. Oh boy. I mean, it'll make good connection to where it needs to, that's for sure. So it's not ideal, but it is a full repair. I don't have a specific drag soldering tip. I don't got one of those. But at this scale, I think what I can do is just use my normal tip. And that will effectively drag solder it. What do you mean by power? I don't understand. Finesse for power? Power? What are we talking about power? Doesn't make any sense. You guys aren't making sense. All right, a little bit of flux on the back of these pins. Heat does not equal power, though. Like, no, it doesn't make sense. You guys, there's the thermal capacity, there's the ability, the amount of power that you can put into the soldering iron tip, which equates to how much instant heat can be created, and then there's the amount of thermal capacity, which is like heat stored in a heat sink that will be wicked away when you connect to a big ground plane. I don't agree with you guys at all. The amount of heat is kind of a separate animal to all that. Drag solder, drag solder. Yeah, that didn't work out so well on some of the pins. The larger pins needed a little bit more thermal energy, which means I can just go back over them. Yeah, you guys want to stop trying to educate me on this stuff that I already know about? I'm not going to say no backseating because we're going to need... Well, I don't know if I'm going to need backseat because I'll remember partially where all this stuff is supposed to go. It's just a matter of a little bit too much solder. Ooh, jeez. Iron got caught on stuff. Make sure the solder flows to everybody before I start trying to get rid of it. Yeah, too much solder on the initial thing. Yeah, I just don't like weird misinformation in my chat. That's okay. That's all right. You guys are like, nah, it's all right. Do we go into standby mode? What's going on here? Ugh, do I have to really do this? Oh no, there it goes, it's starting. Yeah, big planes on this thing. Ooh, that got a little dicey. I'm gonna have to use the big tip on this actually, because that's, yeah, I'm worried about the pad right there. All right, chat told me not to look at them, so I'm not gonna look at them. Get the right tip on here. Hold on, I gotta put the tips away without hurting myself. All right, get the big boy going. All right. Ooh, that was dangerous, that little maneuver. So, lots of heat. Ugh, can't, hold on. Reposition. Vice is getting in the way. All right, so I think that's all connected now. A little dodgy on a couple of them. I might come back to individuals, but let's see if I can't get a little bit more flux on that, the big iron. Cleaning it's going to be annoying. Yeah, see how much that cleans it up? Yeah, I've ripped off pads before with a wick that got stuck. It's never pleasant. There we go. That's so much better. All right, so that looks repaired, which means it probably is repaired. I don't really see any hairlines on the solder. I tried to keep it easy. Tried not to use too much solder on it. Those are a little sloppy, but they'll do. I'm not going to go back over them. So my soldering iron stays at 650 Fahrenheit. 650 is somewhere between where I do leaded and unleaded solders. Unleaded, I'd go to 750 and leave it there. 650, I'm not lifting pads, and this stuff is like 40, it's like partially leaded or whatever. So I have pretty good luck with that. And I just keep the iron at that temperature because there's no point in risking lifting a pad. Considering what I did in order to work around this one, there you go. So let's clean this off. I got Q-tips that have, God, chat. All right, I have Q-tips that have foam tips on them, and I guess they're probably pretty well suited for this. So I'll use this. What is up with you guys? Are you so negative about everything? Kill you guys to be a little positive every now and then? Sheesh. Okay, so focus, focus, focus. They're all doom and gloom. All right, so I'm going to use Goof Off. That's a little strong. Goof Off's a little strong, but it's what I use. Works for me. It's about that time in the stream when everybody's earned enough points for a fart. Let's put the flux away. He's always so snarky and negative. It's like all you guys got. It's like you're that meme where the crow is like, somebody's like, boo, do something else. And the crow looks at all of its material and it all just says, be snarky, be snarky, be snarky, tell them to water cool something. That's basically the stream. Man. All right, let's see. I need to open this, which I'll do with the back end of the scalpel. These things are tough to open. Let's do that. Get that stuff right on here. You notice I'm not snarky all the time. I don't get it. Try to be positive every now and then. Well, not on this iron, Rolf. This iron has a temp sensor on the tip, so different irons tips being different temperatures is not quite that much of a thing with this one. I'm a lurker and I enjoy the stream. How fucking dare you? No, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate a little bit of positivity every now and then. Especially when I'm doing stuff that I know how to do and everybody's trying to teach me how to do it. You guys think I would have the cameras rolling while I'm trying to learn how to do this? Snarf. All right, what's this side look like? Ass. It looks like ass. Looks like ass. Looks like ass on ass. Hold on, let me get this in the vise, just to hold it for you guys, basically. All right, I'll throw away the Q-tip. That means my garbage is gonna smell like acetone, like acetone. Luckily, this is far enough away from everything else that we were able to get a good, we were able to get heat over here. Well, Goof Off is orange flavored acetone. I mean, that's really all there is to it. So I could be using acetone in order to do this clean. I could be using alcohol as well. I put some denatured alcohol in my little air pressure squirter. Be a good opportunity to use it, but I'm not. So I'm just cleaning this off so that we get that USB socket in place. It took us a while to get these sockets in the mail. What's up, hermits? All right. You got permits for those hermits? All right, so we've exposed this thing. The question is, do I want to go like along the side? Basically the back end is where I want to put the UV glue. All those little connections are bridged with solder. That should be good. If I drop some UV glue there, it doesn't look like it's going to infiltrate into the actual main part of the connector. There's no opening to that, so I think I'll be good. Yeah, it's designed to be replaced. It does seem that way. They did a good design on this. The whatever Chinese manufacturer the circuit board for the tablet is, whoever built this did a really nice job making this properly, using a through-hole component for the outside, connections, and then keeping components away from that area so that you can rework it. They did a good job. I don't need no permit to hermit. How dare you? How dare you? All right, UV glue. That would be in the glue container. I gotta go grab it. Let me go grab it. It's actually just right over here, so. Bop, bop, bop. The problem is there's like shit all over the floors today, even though I've been cleaning up around here. I cleaned up my main desk. Every time I look over at it, I'm like, whose desk is that? It looks totally weird without clutter all over it. I've been throwing out a lot of stuff. All right, get that top back on. I just hope I can remember where all the wires go for these tablets. Yeah, shock and horror for 2021. It's not actually designed to be thrown away. I mean, maybe they figured that, well, so there's some features of this board where they just like deleted a component. Like there used to be a USB socket on the other location. There's clearly a socket here for another USB connector. So whatever happened there, they deleted one and then they just kept the routing in place. So that's the one that's actually being used, and it's got test pads and everything. And it's sort of away from everything else. It's a nice little board edge connector. I wonder. I can't test it before glue, and you should know that UV glue, you can just pick it off. Like it's not epoxy. That's what I've been trying to tell you guys this whole time. UV glue is fairly weak. It's good for holding down, like if you have to do like a bodge wire repair, it's good for holding that down. It's not a miracle substance. Yeah, spare for when the first one breaks. If you really like, if you're really in a desperate situation. I guess you'd have to open a hole in the bottom before that. But anyway, chat, do you guys want to tell me about other stuff that I already know? Shit. All right. UV glue. I keep it in a syringe, but that's because I have a shitload of syringes. These syringes are used to refill my insulin pump, but there's nothing that says you can't reuse one of these as long as you keep it sterile in between uses, although I wouldn't recommend that. I'm not a doctor. But like, yeah, so I end up, and sometimes I fill up multiple reservoirs. So that gives me a glut of these extra syringes. And actually nowadays they're coming with these cute little caps. So I can remove the applicator tip and I can put the little cap on there. And then that keeps the UV glue, because when it gets up into this thing, I think it catches ultraviolet light and then solidifies. So I wrapped it in Captain tape as a blue blocker. But yeah, anyway. I will not say anything about acetone on PCB. You know the danger. Oh my God. Oh my God. Why didn't I consider this? Oh my. I've been using Goof Off to clean PCBs for decades. I don't bathe it in acetone. I use it as a wiping substance. Just use it to wipe it off. It doesn't do anything. Solder mask is a very resilient layer. All right, anyway. So, a little bit of UV glue. Shit, too much UV glue. That first application is always a doozy. I guess that'll be okay, though. It shouldn't interfere with anything. See if we can bridge it up around here. Now I must contain it. I must contain the beast. Mr. Streamer Sassy. If you've ever streamed projects, yes, you will become sass. It's a necessary defense mechanism against these people. Like, imagine you're working like in your shop and your coworker walks by behind you and he goes, actually, you're doing that wrong. Did you know that this and that and the other thing, and you were about to do exactly what they say? How would that make you feel? Now multiply that by 115 people. and for some reason, one sec. I'll look up a word that I thought about using. Yeah, it's, I don't know. Chat just doesn't allow you to make mistakes, you know? Mistakes are a big part of the process here. And so I go over this stuff in understandable terms and in understandable ways. And chat tends to interpret that as me not knowing what I'm doing, which is so wrong. So, all right, anyway, UV glue. Now that I've given it like a minute of exposure, this is pretty much solidified. It'll shore up in the next couple days, but that UV glue is going to provide us with just a little bit more support. So when this thing decides to start flexing, if it ever does, it won't immediately flex out those pads and destroy them. No, I was going to say mistakes are anathema to chat, but I don't think I'm using that right. That's why I had to look it up briefly. So I decided not to use the word. Boop, boop, boop. Just going to solidify it a little bit more because I think I left a fingerprint on that. You're not going to test it? No, I know that this is making all the connections that it needs to make. You can just look at it and see that that's perfectly soldered. You know it. And if I need to, I can take a pin tool and I can pop this thing off. It really is just like it's like a cleaner looking hot glue. But that should lend it some strength. All right, now to the quote-unquote fun part, which is to reassemble the entire thing. Like, there's no way, like, how would I test this? I could plug it in like this. Oh, what would that do? I mean, I guess I could ohm out from the... I could still do that, actually. I could ohm out from one end to the other. I don't need to do that. I know this is making a good connection. It looks perfectly fine. But yeah, anyway, that's the USB repair. That went pretty well. Pretty happy with that. Those are the words of somebody that doesn't constantly train people. Yeah, I don't constantly train people. Refreshing and rehashing, correcting of information so people learn. Literally, all I do is answer Bane questions all day. Man, I don't know, dude. I don't know, dude. Some people gotta... I don't know. I'm not gonna say anything about it. Anyway, so... Not a Bag of Milky Ways just subbed for 9 months saying burn. Well, let's put Not a Bag of Milky Ways up on the board. And I'm going to put away the UV glue tip. Put the little cap back on the syringe. Put that away. Because I want to get it out of the studio lights. Oh, God, my insulin pump wasn't on my belt. And I just walked away. And in doing so, the pump fell off the table and pulled on the little anchor pad. Ow. All right, let's get the camera moved. My mic cable in place. Clip my pump back on. It's just basically like somebody pulling on a Band-Aid. Oh man, it's taken a little while on Not a Bag of Milky Ways. Uh-oh. Is this the beginning of the end? Nope. Nope, it found it. It found a spot. It's starting to take a little longer. It's when the short names take a long time to place that we got to start worrying. Not a Bag of Milky Ways. Thank you so much for subbing. Yeah, it's a nice big open spot for you right there by Minimum Mushroom Man. Whoa, what is, whoa. I think the connection to the camera is getting a little janky. What is, whoa, okay. All right, take it easy, camera. This is some weird shit. It wasn't doing this shit last week. Usually this is like legit. I'm gonna jiggle the cable a little bit, but the cable's taped. This, I don't want to have to buy another Logitech camera. Maybe we'll have to put this one into a case, and I'll have a different, God damn it, I'll have a different USB slot on the thing. Hold on, I gotta put this back on the tripod, lift it back up. There could be a minor break in the cable somewhere, but I mean, when there's large pieces of video on it, it doesn't care. It's when it has to look at stuff like this, and you get those little glitches. Yeah, you get weird frame rate issues. Why is it doing that? It's like part of the camera that should be disabled is enabled. Yeah, I don't know. You know, I think part of it is the this is that type of Logitech camera that's able to cut out the background, and so maybe something's going on with that. It's able to cut out part of the background, and so it might have trouble where like part of that circuit is actually being used, but it's off. Yeah, I don't know. Almost an engineer, just subbed. It finally let you do that. Hey, yeah, there you go. Let's put you up on the board. What's laser programmed in? That would be, well, it's Python, and then the XY movement is Gerbil, GRBL. It's not programmed in Gerbil. Gerbil is just like a package that you put on an Arduino in order to run an XY table. GRBL is a pretty good piece of software, and we're going to have to get into it and kind of pick out some of the inertia planning stuff, unless Granite Devices has that in their stuff. I'm not looking forward to having to reinvent Gerbil, because that was a nice turnkey solution for getting the XY table working. But you can check out GitHub. There's a git command, and you can see how I programmed with the help of chat. I basically learned Python on this and a previous project, and it's 3 threads. One thread is responsible for streaming code to the laser and moving it around. Another one is responsible for finding names in the database that haven't been turned into G-code, or what were the 2 pieces of that? It was like turn into G-code and something else, I forget what. And then the 3rd thread is responsible for getting on the Twitch API and waiting for events, and then vetting the names out and entering new entries into the database. So it's all basically working on a database. Almost an engineer. Welcome to the board. When are you going to become an engineer already? Hurry up. First time chat from Dalton SC. That's cool. Pog. You're goddamn right. That's cool. Yeah, this is just the pièce de résistance. I don't know. It's the big thing on the channel here, and we worked really hard to get this running. This is the 2nd version of Burn the Subs. It's got Raspberry Pi. It's got water cooling. It's got blippy buttons. It's got LED. It's got motor control. It's got water-cooled tubes that go around. What else? What more you need? What you want? This is what we got. Good stuff, man. It's water-cooled just incidentally. Originally, the water cooling it's got power supply. It originally, when we were testing the big X motor, it would get too hot and then drop what is it? Steps. Oh, watch the blue LED. There's going to be a little cascade of LEDs for each of the threads running. But bam! That was submarginals subbing with a prime going up into the system and is now ready to be burnt. When I deactivate the board, that little cascade of LEDs happens and the lower LED stays on to indicate that there are names to be burnt. But when the stream's not happening and this is deactivated, no code is going to be sent to the motor controller. But now that I'm streaming, they're coming in live. So between streams, I deactivate the board, but the database still runs. So even if you try to sub on off hours, you cannot get away. Your embarrassing Twitch name will end up on this plank no matter what. So if we, in the next couple weeks, if we get a name that comes in, and is unable to be placed, it may have to go overnight. Oh my God, my brain! Jesus Christ. What is up with this fucking camera? I think it's all the extension cables. What I'd like to do is shorten the wire coming from the camera itself. Submarginals, thank you so much for subbing with a prime. You use that precious prime on my channel, and I appreciate it. You're by Dinsdale Piranha, Octojay. Oh my God, what the fuck? It's not, what is happening here? Jesus Christmas. Ah, stop doing that. Oh my God, this camera's getting worse. Why did it get so much worse? What happened? I'm gonna like flex the cable maybe. I think it maybe just like right at the back of the camera. That cable might be kind of sucking. Oh Jesus, hold on. I gotta mute for a second. Somebody's yelling at the hovercraft racers right now. I'm gonna close the window. Local Karen yells at well-meaning lawnmower. News at 6. Jesus Christ. Lawrence Locke, maybe, followed? Thank you for following. I'm gonna get another soda so that I'm even more caffeinated. My money's on the blue one. You know, that lawn care service? The one that operates in this neighborhood? is the one from the political campaigns. It is the, why am I forgetting the name? Anyway, it's the same one. It's the same one as the news conference, which is awesome. All right, anyway. Yeah, Four Seasons, which I still have their stickers. I think they're in my sticker drawer, but it is indeed the Four Seasons. Yeah. That's I didn't know that until well after that, and I saw one of their trucks driving out of the neighborhood. I'm like, wait a sec, that's holy shit. Bad things happen in Philadelphia. All right, let's put this thing away. Let's clear the desk and let's start working on refurbing the tablets. If you guys haven't noticed, I am going at a slow pace today. I'm trying to take it easy because I pushed really hard to get that computer done, and I'm tired. I'm tired, and so I want to just take it easy and you know, get done what we need to get done. Now that I've got these board edge USBs, I should probably make a breakout. Thought it was always sunny in Philadelphia. Yeah, because it's totally sunny out right now. Actually, it kind of is. We've been overcast for a couple days here. I don't know what to do with all these USB connectors. I'm going to have to find a place for them. Oh, boy. For now, you guys can just go there. All right. So I think that worked out really well. That repair worked out really well. So now we've got two tablets that we need to reassemble. Two tablets that we need to reassemble. So let's get going on that. We don't need the soldering iron anymore. It's all going to be plugging in little... Actually, wait, we will need the soldering iron. Okay, never mind. We're actually almost immediately going to need the soldering iron. Got 150? Look, man, it's not a point... It's not a contest. Nor is it a point of pride. It's like... It was a mistake. I shouldn't have did it. I shouldn't have bought that many. All right, there we go. Now I got some room. Room to work. Running a tight ship today. I'm keeping it clean. All right, so we have to put this thing back in. That circuit board fits. Where does that circuit board fit? I think it fits on the other layer of this. Still guitar pick on that. I tried to keep dust out of this. I put a cover over it. And that circuit board goes all the way over in the corner here, right? I thought this thing had standoffs. Yeah, it does. So it does actually screw down. So if it goes like this, yeah, there are screw holes on the peripheral. They're gonna, yeah. My family will have components for generations. There is a bunch of stuff that solders to this board. So we've got to straighten all that out. This thing fits right about there. This is wandering around. It's out of the way. Let's get this stuff soldered. So I need to look closely and I need to see my notes on what goes where. My notes, my detailed notes. Ant. What's under this? Hold on, it's not rolling properly. Yeah, there we go. There's a little wire clipping underneath it. Antenna, antenna, far. Okay. The close one goes far. Famous lawn care reminds me of the plumbing company that forgot to sanitize their trucks before sending them to auction and sold the foreign paramilitary. What? that's weird. No, these are just famous from a press conference. They'll be up to USB. They'll be up to USB W by the time you get through all 50. What's USB W going to be like? You have to plug it in the multiverse in order to get it to actually make a connection. Oh boy, look at all these wires. Okay, so the antenna connectors, how are those going? Are those going between ground and, yeah, antenna, and then PRR. I mean, you can already see where they go because they kind of just like fall in on there. So that's where the antennas go. What are these guys? Near antenna goes there. Far antenna goes there. I don't know what J1. J1 looks like a jumper. J2 is a jumper. Yeah, that's the RF jumper. Yeah. Need a tesseract in order to plug it in. Universal Soviet bus? Oh no. All right, so the antennas are straightforward. What about the wires at the bottom of the board? Soldered RB, red and black. Where do those go, though? Cell soldered. Seclet soldered. I was like goo on my hand, and it's really driving me nuts. Ugh. It's like sticker goo. Ugh. Blah. Blah. Okay. All right. Cellket. What are these two at the bottom? This is a puzzle game now, guys. This is the kind of game streaming that I do. This is the kind of game streaming that I do. This is a big fucking puzzle game where I got to figure out what solders to wear, and if I get it wrong, everything explodes, and Octojay never talks to me again. Okay, it's over here. So this one all the way on the end. There are two solder pads. So now I know where all the stuff at the bottom of the board goes. At the top of the board, is that another antenna? It looks like there's another antenna. VBAT. Ground. That looks like an antenna. LAN. Yeah. So that's the LAN antenna up here. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about. Sorry, I'm looking at this with Mark 1 eyeballs because it's easier for me to get a sense of what goes where. All these wires are basically near where they need to go, and I left notes for myself on where stuff is supposed to be positioned. So I'm trying to get into bother from 5 weeks ago's head. It's a skill, you know. Many years of engineering and education will get you to the point where your shorthand actually makes sense. So here I've got two pads, and I've got a red and a black wire sitting at the bottom of the board, and I have a note that says red on the left, black on the right. So red on the left for mic plus, black on the right for mic minus. So that's no, I'm trying not. Yeah, I know. Yes, Spotty. I've got all of this stuff in the previous stream. I'm not there yet because so far so good, right? We can take contextual clues for most of this stuff that I left for myself. That's our last resort, is going back to the VOD. Not even the VOD. I'm gonna have to pull it out of files because I think it's more than 14 days ago. Hold on, heartburn. Okay, there we go. Whew. Yeah, theater voice will take a little bit out of you. It's like 3 months. Yeah, it took a while to get parts. So yeah, the RF connections, when you're dealing with micro RF cable, this little tiny coax cable that they use on this stuff, this little tiny coax cable is really cool stuff. It's very useful. There are tools that will allow you to strip that out. Because remember, it's coax cable, so you've got a central conductor. Fucking goddamn it. Can you just leave me alone for a minute? Anyway, sorry. I ate a sandwich, and as a result, barely poked into hyperglycemia, and so this thing has decided that all of the rest of my day is going to be spent paying attention to it. It's really been annoying me lately, and I guess that's my fault for not being active and keeping my glucose levels normal. But anyway, so coaxial cable. Coaxial cable is important to RF because it does not facilitate the leaking of signals out of it. It'll block the wibbly-wobbly RF signal and keep it from dissipating out into the atmosphere. So you can control where your antenna are on your device. And so there's the antenna here. It's one of these flat planar F little sticky pads, right? But the coaxial cable has a jacketing around it. And sometimes what I do is I take the jacketing around it and I will twist it and make sort of two parallel conductors out of it. But the real way to do it, the really cool way to do it, is to strip selective parts of the cable so that you've basically got a cross section of cable. You have the tip of the cable, then you have the jacket that's around the centerpiece, then you have the shielded ground area exposed for a certain distance, and then you have the rest of the jacket of the cable. And then when you solder it to stuff, you can have two pads. So that's what these are, this pad with a little RF filtery kind of stabilization sort of thing going on right here. These would be the final filters that you would put on your path to the antenna. And then you have a jumper. There's typically a jumper on RF systems where they can disconnect it, and you could either have like an internal like RF connector that's sometimes even soldered in, or you can put like a, I don't know, like test it from there. I mean, if we look at something else that has RF on it, I don't think the Wemos quite does that. It does internally, but you can't see it. Bluetooth thing, close, but not quite what I wanted to show. Where did that bin go that had all the antenna in it? Oh, there it is. I can show you what I mean when I see this stuff. So this right here is an XB. You should never use these, by the way. These are old school. But there's two different types of antenna connections on this thing. One of them is for a big antenna, one of these big RPSMAs, whereas this one's that little surface mount antenna connector type. They both share a pad. I don't know. You know what? Maybe I won't be able to show that here. Yeah, never mind. Damn it. All right. One day we'll find a system that has a chip antenna, and I'll be able to show you guys. One of the Mars rovers uses an XB? Oh, shit. It has a Wemos, not an XB? Ah. Yeah, but anyway, you see that a lot in systems that have like chip antennas and stuff. Sometimes they'll even leave the connector still on there because they want to vet out the connection before they close everything up. What the hell is this thing? Sound like a little tiny speaker. Oh wait, that's part of the tablet. That came out. Okay, we want to keep that in the right position. All right, let's start putting stuff together before I get too discombobulated on this thing. Why'd you say Wemos? What? Oh, okay. I can't keep up. I can't keep up. It has an exposed antenna, and I was looking at a couple of them, but the exposed antenna on the Wemos is just an exposed antenna. There isn't what I was looking for, which was a jumper that connects either antenna or plug. So I wasn't able to find that. Anyway, let's put the microphone back on. So that's these two right here, the ones that are conveniently labeled mic. I can actually move this over like this. Since the mic popped out of its little container, we just solder this thing back on straight up. Straight up, just solder it right back on. Oh wait, yeah, this might not be the right tool to use for that. I need a smaller iron tip. I don't need this super tiny one. I'll just use my normal sized iron tip. Longer than I thought it would. Come on. There we go. Ooh, gotta be careful not to touch the tip that's already hot on that thing. All right. Yeah, there's polarity on the mic. You see a plus and a minus right there? That plus wire does not have a lot of meat on it. Oop. Go. So yeah, I mean, this motherboard for a tablet is pretty... Oh, wait, this isn't even on. Turn the iron on. You guys should have been able to tell me that there was no heat in the iron. All right. Negative. This like tablet motherboard is really cool because it seems very universal for what it is. It has all the connections to everything you'd ever need. and they're just like solder points. I don't know about running a screen on it, but it's a very powerful tablet too, in addition to that. I forget what the specs were. Octojay would know the specs. But it was like, it's kind of like a, you know, like an off-brand, like just some random Chinese brand tablet, but it is good for what it is. It's like a really good tablet. And it seems like they have this like universal board. All right, so there's that. Let's get this on camera. Herk! Now these wires are pretty much in position, so I kind of know where they need to go. One's there, the other's there, so I can tell which one needs to go where. Jesus, I hope nobody's yelling. I think somebody's about to get yelled at outside again. I hear in the vague distance. I hear screaming. All right, so I got to get this in position, and then I kind of want to work quickly because the coaxial cable is going to turn into soup as soon as it gets hot. So I'll heat the pad, make sure that my iron isn't hitting any of the other wires here. I don't have good grip on this either, but I don't want to grip it too hard because I don't want it to distort when I get it to actually solder. Hello. Another big ground pad, huh? I want to get better contact, so I'm going to get a lower angle on this. Try to keep the wires out of the way. Nope, that touched it a little bit. Could toss a little flux on it, or a little additional solder. They were not big fans of using thermal pads, were they? I'll drop a little bit of flux on it, see if that helps. That is not a little bit of that's a giant booger of flux. All right, giant booger of flux. Come with me. You're going in jail for crimes of excessiveness. First, I'm going to poke you against that. Oh, no, come back here. That is objectively not true. I'm not. Everybody expects you to be Louis Rossmann when you do electronics on the internet. Rossmann is a big fan of flux, and I am not. You will learn that very quickly around here. I don't like this stuff. It makes everything sticky and hard to work with. I use it sparingly. Everybody loves their memes, but, you know. Gotta put my foot down. I wonder if I could screw this board into place. If I don't need to get under it, it would help to hold this thing steady somewhere. I may need the larger tip for this. Yeah, I'm gonna need a larger tip. I can't get enough heat in there quickly enough, so I don't think I need to go with the giant tip. I think I can just go with the slightly larger size of the same type. Slightly larger tip. Let's try it. And if this board keeps moving around excessively, I'll have to I will have to attach it to the base plate, which I think is probably the way to go. With the big iron on his tip. Big iron on his tip. All right, there we go. The ground planes don't have any kind of thermal considerations, so they are pretty much wicking away all the heat immediately. I think I may need the big one. Yeah. All right, I gotta attach the circuit board to the base plate because it's moving around too much and I don't have enough control. I need to get that whole thing to be molten at once. Under the impression that there were no downsides to a shit ton of flux? Hell no. No, you gotta clean all that flux off. Hell no. Yeah, so this thing goes in here. still a couple more pieces of this that have to go in, but if I can get this thing to actually like cooperate, I can get a couple screws in and that'll hold it in place. Why isn't it like pushing down? Oh, maybe it's on top of this stuff. I see. I actually need to put the mic into place too. Okay, hold on. Yeah, there's a little split in that right there to allow this to pass through, and then this goes all the way up there, and you just kind of push this stuff down into the negative space. All right, that fits there. The rest of this should kind of snap into place a little bit. Not really doing it. I don't think, I don't know if there are little tie downs for this. It's like something seems to be like popped up a little bit over here. Let's take a look at this from the side. Oh yeah, there's a little pin right there. And then over here, uh-oh, the UV glue might be interfering with it. Yeah, there's a, okay. So, I mean, I can, oh no, that's part of the screen. Yeah, it looks like the, this amount of UV glue is interfering a bit with the USB plugging into that area. Like there's like a ridge right behind it. How close is that? Actually, that might not be the problem. Well, it seems to be. Yeah, I gotta get rid of the UV glue. No worries on that though, that should be easy to do. Yep, UV glue's getting in the way. That's gonna come up. So I just need to kind of get under it and peel it up, and it'll just pop off selectively bit by bit. Without putting too much force on the board. I've already just separated it from the entire board there. You can see it kind of peeled up just a little bit. What's up, Distant Cacophony? How you doing? USB connector's not fitting back in because I overdid it with the UV glue. I don't know if I should like re-glue it and use less. There you go. Like I said, it just pops right off. So, rest in peace, UV glue. Doing okay? Good to hear. Yeah. Well, that unfortunately backfired. The amount of UV glue that I put on the back of this thing caused it to not fit back in the enclosure. So I think if I put less back there, it'll work. Those look good. Yeah, those look still soldered. Let me just see if it fits in now. We're repairing my moderator's tablets. They're, unfortunately, although this is a very cool tablet, and it's got like this universal tablet PCB, the USB cable, whatever manufacturer USB cable they bought, the little plastic insert got loose, and then it wiggled up and down, and that broke the pads. So we put in a new USB after sourcing just an entire buttload of parts. It was a metric buttload. It wasn't an imperial buttload, but buttload of parts were sourced, and then, yeah, see, now it fits. God damn it. All right, so see, this fits perfectly now. So I'm gonna try to, I'll redo the UV glue. Let's redo the UV glue and use a lot less. I'll just put it just basically right up against the end of these things. That means I got to get the syringe out again. All right, that's all the way over here. I'm gonna go get it. I'm gonna go get I'm getting the UV glue. I'll just be over here. I'll be over here. I'll get the UV glue. All right, I got it. Oh wait, I need another tip. Did you hook up the new battery and reassemble the other one? No. How quickly do you think I work? We've been faffing about with this thing all... It took a long time to get the new USB thing in, and it turns out that the UV glue that I put on was too big. And so I gotta do it again, because the edge of the screen is right up against the connector. So here, blop, 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 blop. Oh my God, it's already 3 p.m. Yeah. It's going to take a fair bit more time than I had anticipated. There was way too much UV glue on the back end here, so I am just going to... I was gone for 20 minutes, there was a chance. It was doing okay. I know, if I did the magical YouTuber thing where suddenly everything was fixed because I did everything right the first time, because clearly you guys know that's the kind of stream that I do. I'm looking for a scrap thing that I can just get a little UV glue on so I can get this started. Is there literally no scrap that I want to put UV glue on right now? Whew, that was me stifling a hiccup. Let's do blue tape. I just want to get the syringe started so I actually have control over the amount of... Yeah, see there, that's what I wanted to avoid. That initial rush. So I'm going to pull back on that a little bit. It sounded painful. It wasn't as painful as the typical ones. That one, the audio might fool you on that one, yeah. So I just barely want to get some UV glue on these pins to give them a little bit of a chance of survival. If Octodad does another elbow drop onto the cable. Octojay is actually a bird. It's a type of bird, but... I think it is, because compared to the old connector, this connector has... Man, that's hard to see, isn't it? I don't know if there's enough on there. This one has metal going all the way back, and I'm just doing this just to make sure that there's a material there. Look, I'm not putting any glue on this. No, I guess there is glue there. All right, let's take a look. Let's UV this. Ah, vacuum tube just fell. Yeah, my theory is that the plastic came loose and then the inside of the connector wiggled, and that's what broke every single pad. I can show you that in just a sec. Wait, I couldn't read that with all the UV colors up in the corner. Hold on. Well, that's baking. Marco Antonio Dev. Thank you for following. Doing a little UV exposure there turns this stuff into basically plastic, and now there's just a little bit of a plastic on the back of this connector, form-fitting this time so that this thing actually fits back in the tablet, because the edge of the screen is right up against this. Talk about CAD design. Oh, wait, the connectors aren't around anymore. All right, anyway, my theory with the old connector is, I threw them somewhere. I think I might have thrown them out. So yeah, my theory with the old connector is that your dad was saying that it was like loose and you had to press it in order to get it to charge. That's because it wiggled all those pads and broke them off because that inner plastic became loose. The old connector was of a design where you could see some of the plastic on the back and there were a couple clips on it. These new ones are of a design where the metal goes all the way to the back and then it's clamped in. I don't know if that's maybe a beam counter solution and it's not actually physically more robust, but either way, we now have UV epoxy on it as well in order to make sure that everything is nice and sturdy. This should be good. I mean, this should be a pretty good... the fit is so perfect that I was able to push back on the connector in order to make a solder bridge between the broken pads and the pads that were there previously. So those should be good to go. I'm pretty confident in this, actually. So yeah, anyway, I got to screw this board down onto this so that I have a little bit more, I don't know what to call it. So basically it doesn't move around when I'm soldering it. Let's move these out of the way temporarily. Drop this down. And then that should fall into place without too much fighting. Oh yeah, wait, I need to put the mic in first. The precious microphone. So that Octojay can teleconference with his dad. Hey Dad, how you doing? I have no son. I don't know. I like pantomiming what's going to happen when I return these to him. I still have all the packaging for these too. I'm going to try to wrap them up the same way that they came in. Then I got to send them back to Canada, which is going to cost an entire moose. So I've got to raise a moose from birth and then give it over to the Canadian government so that they can get the package all the way up there. With any luck, they'll give me a cup of Tim Hortons on my way out, which actually is kind of an insult at this point, right? Because they no longer have high-quality beans. I could tape this to a hockey stick, and maybe it would just naturally make its way back up there through convection. But I think we'll trust the post on this one, even though it's going to be expensive. Okay. I guess I can do the flat cables, but I want to get the screws back into this thing, just so that it's held in place. Screws. Dear God, which ones was it? I've only got one type. I think the other tablet was only held together with tape, which is, boy oh boy, if there's one thing that's irritating this day and age, it is the amount of tape that is relied on to hold things together. These don't seem like the right screws. How many does this take? 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like a different screw. That one is for this module, and it looks like a completely different type of screw, to be honest. Those don't quite strike me as the right thing, because this one goes here. You guys are on a bad view. I feel like there were other types of screws that maybe I'm missing. That's not good. Yeah, those screws aren't the right ones, I don't think. So I gotta figure out. Oh wait, this goes this way. I gotta figure out what's going on here. Yeah, that's how that module goes in. Does it go below? No, I think it goes above. Yeah, that looks right. Like that. Those go there. Those fit in to these things. Now, does this go under? No, it doesn't. It goes right on top. That's the card reader. What is that? Is that a boop emote or a soup emote? I was like, are there Zoran fans here? I want to see soup emotes in chat. Man, my chat gets quiet compared to other streamers. My SEO sucks. Pop that in. All right. I'm just sort of like connecting things as I see them. Now, those screws are not, these really don't strike me as the ones that go into this board, because none of them are machine screws. Yes, Zoran fans. There's a soup emote. There can be only one. These don't strike me as the right ones. Some of them are flat topped, and some of them are going into plastic. I think I only had one bin of screws between both of these devices. This is the one that popped apart real easy. But it's using... No, it is using that type of screw. I was eating. That's okay. Don't worry about it. No worries. No worries. What's the other one look like? The other one is all attached. Let me just look at the other tablet so that I can make sure that I'm using the right stuff, you know? The other tablet is that screen and this board. This board does have larger screw holes. Oh, and there's screws on here. Hold on a minute. One here. That just disappeared. Okay, hold on. I gotta make sure that I've got all the stuff together. I just went to pick up that screw and it like vanished. There it is. See, that looks a lot like the machine screw that I need. Might have been where that ended up. That's a big flat screw. This is where the VOD might have to come into play. Another big flat screw. These things have sat in a bin for a little while, so gotta be careful about what I'm putting where. What I'm putting where. 2 tablets at the same time is a lot. So multiple cameras. Okay. That one has a lot of screw holes, but I don't see no screws for it. This one has a lot of tape. Screws in the tape. All right, now to check the bin for derelict screws. You guys have been a bad view. All right, let's see. Bin. Any loose screws in this thing? In the cardboard? No. How about on the magnets? Nah, nothing. There's a dead bug. Oh, it's like one of those weird little bugs. Okay, okay. Yeah, no extra screws. All right, so I'm gonna have to figure this out. What screws go where? Did we know the model number for this thing? There was no like guide on this one, right? This one didn't have a guide on how to take it apart. Because I feel like I could go either way on what type of screw is being used here. I couldn't find. What was the general information on this thing? Because yeah, we got this type of screw, and I think that's what I have in this bin. You know, those extra machine screws, I don't know if they go to the other laptops. See, that one has thread locker on it, but like those direct into plastic screws. But then there's there's this connection up here. Right there, and that's definitely going to use a machine screw, like a very short machine screw. So I might have to go through the VOD to see what that is. I don't know where I would have put those screws, because I thought I put everything into that bin, unless there's something on the upper shelf here. That's all I know. Most of that's just describing the processor. Yeah, let me take a look. Take a look, take a look, take a look, take a look. Look, 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 look. Helio X27 Decacore Android 8 tablet. Yeah. It's not going to show any interior view of it. Helio X27, control copy. Tear down. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, nobody's really tearing down tablets, are they? MediaTek device specifications. Performance, cameras, audio, battery. Nothing, no pictures of the inside of it, huh? Nobody does that. Nobody does that. Well, the cheating that I could do, I mean, I could pull up the VOD if I really wanted to. I'm just trying to figure out if I have the right screws or not so that I can proceed. I wouldn't blame millennials for that. They're not the only generation that's allowed to take apart a tablet. I'm just looking to see if I have another, like, screw stash kicking around. Maybe at the bottom of this parts bin. I don't know if I do, though. I don't think I do have another screw stash anywhere. So I'm just wondering how this board is held in place, because I know there were screws on it. Push comes to shove. Well, I don't think push is going to come to shove. That'd be nice if I just had all the screws ready to go. I probably do. We do have all the screws ready to go. I'm just questioning it now. I don't see anything. All right. No, I'm not going to captain tape it down. Although that could probably work. I got to think about this. Well, I can go into VODs. Go back to VODs in order to find out what goes where. And there's a lot of marching around going on upstairs right now. I don't know what the fuck is going on. So this one had a couple of select screws. I might have to pop my head up. Oh wait, there's a couple more screws attached to this thing. Okay, that explains those. Yeah, I think the Asus tablet mostly just held on to its own screws. That makes sense. So this one has the big wide ones. I might have to pop my head upstairs and just say, stop fucking stomping around. I might have to get really angry in a minute here. All right. So getting my head about me, it seems like we have enough screws now. They're not quite what I thought they would be, but I think they're the right thing. Hold on, I just heard a screw, and it went that way. You can't hear it? Okay, that's good. Hold on. So the screw that I heard a screw hit the floor in a particular location, and it was basically just right over there. I don't know if it was a piece of glass or if it was a screw, but it's when I put this thing down here, it just flew this way. So I need to see if I can find it. My floors should be clean enough that I can find it, but this is crazy. Sounded just like a screw flying around. All right, let me see here. So I can either find a piece of glass or a screw, and I'm crawling on the floor right now to try to do this. What sucks is like not having everything in front of you. You know, the couple week gap. Here it is. I found it. I found it. Little screw with a little bit of Loctite on it. Man, that's scary. That's fucking scary. All right, that one goes back here. It's like a skill you develop when you do this stuff on how to freeze and listen very intently to try to figure out where something lands. All right. Yeah, I was waiting for the smaller taps to give way to the position of the screw. Where did that even come from? It like flew out of this. I feel like there are screws that are like hanging out on this one for some reason. I was careful about collecting all the screws. It's just a bunch of them made their way into these speakers, which are sealed, so they would be on the outside of these at all times, which is good. I was really careful to get them into the bin, though. That's what bugs me. Okay, no more screws on this thing. How about, like, inexplicably under it? No? Okay. All right. Okay. 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 I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I got this. I got this. I can do this. Let's see. I'm just looking for screws that might have made their way to weird spots. Yep. Here's a couple. for the magnets on the bottom of the board. Here's another one. The magnet at the bottom of the tablet. What's up, sick bastard? You sick bastard. The magnets at the bottom of the Asus laptop held a bunch of screws. How about that? All right, I'm feeling a little better about this. Turns out all the screws were in somewhat manageable locations. Are there any stuck to the speakers of these? Nah. This one didn't need to come apart as much, so we should have an easier time with that one. But all of the ones in here were the plastic screws, which I think go to this. The machine screws, I have a feeling go to the Asus, although there is a spot where one machine screw is required. I'm going to figure out which one that is. Damn it. I need the VOD. Yeah, this frame has a lot of stuff on it, including power-filled magnets. Some of this stuff is going to have to transfer from one to the other. I'll have to somehow get that battery off, too, without harming it. Yeah, I think that can be peeled. There's the RF antenna. Alrighty. We're putting back together Octojay's tablets, family tablets. So I'm going through kind of a memory game. jonmatthis rating with a party of 15. How's everybody doing? I'm kind of ponderous right now. We've got two tablets that I'm putting back together. Putting back together two tablets, and the thing is, I took them apart, and then we discovered that we needed a bunch of parts. We needed a bunch of parts. Like, for instance, I wasn't about to sit here and peel the screen off of this entire bevel and then get rid of all of the sticky stuff on the end, because if I tried as hard as I could, the new screen would stick out. Red Lucax, thank you for following. So instead of that, Octojay bought a new screen, mercifully bought a new screen with a little bevel already on it, and we need to transfer parts over to it. The other one was a USB slot. The USB slot on this tablet, the little plastic insert that typically, the USB-C, you have your outer layer, and then you have like a plastic insert, and that plastic insert is what makes all the connections. And so if your USB-C becomes loose like that, then the plastic piece inside can move around, and those pins that go directly to the circuit board are on that part. So what they do is they flex at the end of the pin and break off. And so that's what happened to this one. It would only charge when it was pressed in. So what we've done is we've desoldered the connector, ordered new ones, which took weeks. And then, of course, I had to finish my computer project. So once that was done, we got in the new connectors. Now I can finally work on it. I don't remember where everything is, and we're at the mercy of the screws that the magnets picked up. So I'm not happy about that one. But we're going to try to get these things back together and get them back to Octojay. So yeah, getting the tablet back together, just like the good old days. Yeah. So anyway, I'm guessing, because we did this like weeks ago, I have no idea where the screws go. So we're playing a little bit of a logic game on this one, which is like, what size screw would I use if I built this? Or like, where would I put that? Maybe that takes this type of fastener. I don't mean to be here, but this is just where we are after the last one. I don't know why the screws were so disorganized. I don't know why they ended up in so many different locations, but it's all right. We're gonna make the best of this. It's all right. It's all right. So I have a feeling that the screws go 1, 2, 3, and then 4. So it'd be 3 screws holding this thing down. What is this connection? Oh, that goes up and around to here. I mean, it kind of fits in a little bit here right now anyway. It just wobbles around. Oh, wait, no, it doesn't. If it's actually held in, it doesn't wobble. So yeah, definitely screw, screw. Now, when this thing attaches to the rest of it, it just snaps back into place. So there's snaps all around the top piece. Don't have to worry about screws and fasteners on that one. So this screw right here is the one that I'm wondering about. I know, I could pull up the VOD, but that's going to take me a little bit of effort to find. The problem is I got to swap the hard drive out of this computer soon. So finding the VOD, I mean, yeah. Let's see. I'm hoping that I don't have to, though. I did take notes, but yeah, what kind of screw would be required to hold down that right there? Well, I would think a short machine screw, and I don't have one. So that's confusing. Maybe this? That's too tall, though. That'll go through everything. This would have been my best guess, though. Cut the screw. No. No. That does look a lot like some of the other machine screws in this, too. Let's just see. No, it's way too big. Nope. A little bit stuck. That's concerning. What's concerning is that I might not have the right screws for this thing. Oh no. Which means I'll probably have to hunt for them in the generic screw bin. I really didn't want to do that though. These wide ones are from the Asus. Big hands. You're damn right. All right. Shit. I feel like there must be another screw bin or something that I'm missing. But I had everything in the bin. I specifically put it into its own bin so that I had everything nice and organized and ready to go. Now the short ones with the fat heads are too, the threads are too big. I'm looking for a really small screw. Shit. Shart. Meant for this to be like a success. Put them all together. Put them all together and get them done. There's like a crack in the back of that thing. So it's definitely not in this bin. This bin is empty. But this is where I stored all the laptop stuff. So, all right. I may have to rage quit and get my shit together, it seems. Oh, there's that dead bug. Get out of here. There's a little beetle. Unless it randomly pops up. I think the prevailing strategy, what I really should have done at the end of finishing those finishing the disassembly, was to put all the screws back into their slots. Not like screw everything in, but I mean just like put them back in where they go, so that I could keep track of them all, because I've lost a couple and I'm not happy about it. Just gonna take a look to see if there are any that are hanging out on the body of this thing. Doesn't look like it. Okay. Yeah, I may also have to reference the VOD in order to get back to see what they look like initially. We found a bunch of screws in and around these parts, but they were mostly for the Asus stuff. I'm just taking a thoughtful look, just seeing if I'm missing anything. I don't know. I'm wondering if there was another bin that was possibly filled with screws too. Drop the bug. Oops. Glue everything together and pray it'll work. It's not a good solution. Not gonna really trust that one, huh? Well, shit. God damn it. More screws and that stuff. And this stuff is mostly brand new. For the battery. Battery pick up any? Nope. I think this is the old, yeah, that was the old battery. The new battery is a lot larger. And that'll fit in. Measured the space. Yeah, I'm gonna have to find screws that'll work. Because it doesn't, there's definitely not that type of screw in here. No, I didn't do that. I didn't cannibalize them for the RC car. If anything, I may have found a little bin full of screws and gone, what is this? And put it somewhere. Without realizing that they were for the laptop specifically. Yeah, I'll just use wood screws to put it all back together. These are the ones that I could find, and some of them look like they might be proper for the plastic cleats on the outside of this thing. If I don't put a lot of force into it, I can test that. If that just naturally fits into this screw hole. Yeah, that is the type. Okay. So the ones that look like wood screws are for the plastic circuit board to plastic connections. The one that I'm missing is one that connects to this right. Where is it? This right here. I don't know what screw that is. My mate's Mark II Golf was held together with wood screws. I've done worse. I had a stretch bolt break on me on a work night, so I had to at like 7 a.m. go to Home Depot and get a like a metric bolt that was the right size that would hold down my motor mount. Luckily they had something, but it wasn't a stretch bolt. No, those are for the Asus, the wide ones. Those are for the Asus, and they're too big. Threads are too big. The other one goes here. They're the ones with the little hoop around them. So in order to figure out whether or not those are the right screws, what I did is put the screw in there, barely let the screwdriver press down on it, and went backwards. I basically unscrewed it until I felt it click. And by click, what's happening is the end of the ramp and the end of the screws ramp slip, and then you're in the thread, and then I advance from there. And that's what gave me that proper feel of whether or not the screw was the appropriate one for that fastener, because it went in there, and with very, very little force, I could screw it all the way in until it's tight. So the only one that I'm missing is this. I don't know exactly what goes there. I don't know. This one does look like it takes 2 screws on the outside. Is that true? Is that true, or am I lying? Nope, it does. It takes 2 screws on the outside there. So I can get those in. Actually, this one's a little machine screw. What are you? What's this one doing out of the... Nope, not right. I think it was a very small thread. I don't know. We'll investigate that in a minute. Isn't that how everyone inserts? Well, Symmetrics, not everybody knows that. I try to go over stuff that people might not know around here, because not everybody knows that. All right, so I need 2 more of those ones that go into plastic. I think that's going to be these. This one and this one. Put that down right there. See, that's the proper screw. It fits very well. The scale of everything here is a lot smaller than I think people give it credit for. Working with consumer products like this, laptops and stuff, everything is very, very small. I'd love to be able to work this small, but reworking stuff this small is a nightmare. So I'm not Not too keen on it. So I need a very small machine screw. I don't know if any of these are up to the task. The only one that looked close is the one that I just put back in the bin, which is... where'd it go? Why'd I put it back in here? Oh, there it is. Nope, that's not it. Now there's that, or that. Wait a minute. How does this screw keep evading me? I don't know if it's this one. This one's too big. I think. Yeah, it's too big. It's too tall anyway. It'd be just like this little short screw. I'm just not seeing it. No, sir. Did it ever exist? Maybe it was in our hearts all along. I'm gonna have to find something for that. I'm gonna have to find a very small machine screw for that. What the deuce? Wait. Oh, there are magnets on this one too? I'm like, why is my screwdriver so heavy? I guess there are magnets on this one too, which means maybe our screw is stuck to them. It's not. What was that? Adhesive. Ugh. Unfortunately, yeah, there's 6 magnets on this thing at the bottom, but they're not holding on to any screws for me. Lame. Lame. Yeah, nothing. All right. We're going to keep going. Keep moving forward with this. Not let bygones be bygones. That's just, it holds on to the tray. I'm annoyed that I don't have that screw. All right. Nope. Gonna keep moving. Keep moving. Keep moving. Just keep moving. That's all we can do. So let's resolder some of these wires here. Resolder the wires. So these are kind of in order, except they're all over the place. These are for the speakers and the microphones and the antennas and all that stuff. So let's get to soldering some of these guys. I put on the giant soldering iron tip because the ground wires on these things are kind of evil. There's no, like, relief. Twisted. Red, black. Well, those have markings on them too, which helps. Keep on moving on. Keep on moving. Just kind of bend the end of that so that it actually sits flat. This is what I'm talking about right here. The ground just doesn't want to solder. Positive is fine because they run a tiny little trace out from it, but they didn't give any. They could have really done heat relief pads on these, which means you have a little, like a little border around the pad, and then like a plus sign is what connects it to the rest of the circuit, and that allows for the heat to pool in the pad, and for you to actually keep the solder molten while you're attaching stuff to it. Like that doesn't look soldered. It looks like it's just not soldered. See the top of that? Just kind of looks gross, scungy. That's a little better. That actually got some of the heat and the flux to everything. I'm willing to accept that into my heart as a. Actually, no, I'm not, because look at that one side. It looks like a cold weld. I mean, this thing was soldered before. There we go. Okay, that's better. My foot is asleep. Hold on. I gotta move my foot around. Ugh. Sitting on like a bench stool is not the best seat for this sort of thing. Whew. Okay. All right. So this one is approximately in this location. It's got a plus and a minus marking on it. BBR. R? R. Far. I don't... Oh, BR far, right there. That's this one. Okay, it's just a little bit out of alignment. Like, the hell am I... Is it a trick? It's a trick. Get an axe. I don't know what happened to that one screw. I might have left it in the metal for that piece, and maybe it fell out in being moved around a lot. I really should have gone straight to the bin with that thing. I think when I did the tablet project, I hadn't done the bins yet. Like, I hadn't reorganized the shop like that, and so I didn't have a place for the tablets to go. That might have been what happened. Can't really say. Now, this one is terribly labeled, so... And I've also made terrible notes on it. Fantastic. Just great. Well, the thing is, I got RB, BR. So, okay, so red is all the way on the end. It's, like, completely unlabeled. Just don't want to have my speakers out of phase, right? That one felt like a ground. That took forever to start soldering. That one for the power connector. Yeah, all right. Move on through. What else do we got? We have an antenna. These are fun to solder. So that's the Wi-Fi antenna location. Here's the Wi-Fi antenna wire. That needs to go between here and here. So do the ground first. Let me get that big old ground pad. Make it liquid solder. It is not cooperating. All right, I'm gonna have to add flux. I'll do a little bit of flux around it. These do not cooperate. These do not cooperate. Due to the heat pad relief. That's the only piece of design that I'd really severely fault them for on this one. This is a well-built board, except they didn't give me heat relief on these pads, so they are tough to solder. Like, that's gonna look a little janky for a minute, so I'm gonna do the tip of the wire like that. I probably have to hold it down a little bit. That's good solder joint right there. This one is just going to need an excess of heat in order for it to solder properly. And possibly I may need to add a little bit more solder to it. Ooh, it's ugly, but I think it works. What is NTC? Oh, that's where the battery connects, by the way. We'll get that in a minute. So down we go. That's where the monitor connects. That's the piece of UV glue that I broke off earlier. Let's get that out of the way. Hey, come back here. Out of the way, out of the way, out of the way, out of the way. All right, we got 2 more antenna connectors. And I think we've got all the external connections. Except for that one screw. Sick bastard. Recently I had to design something to detect 1 hertz pulse signals coming through, or if it's stuck on high or stuck on low. To detect if a 1 hertz pulsed signal is coming through, or if it's stuck on high or stuck on low. I don't know how that applies. Do you know if there's already done solutions? I couldn't find anything. You're the only one that I know as wise as you. Flattery will get you everywhere. Boy, oh boy. I mean, you're looking to see if there's a 1 hertz pulse. What's, like, in what environment? What's the environment that we're talking about here? That's going to make all the difference here. Are you looking for a chip? Are you looking for a rack mount thing that goes in and detects frequencies? Yeah, a frequency counter is well and good, but I mean, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, a micro solution, just current sensing and something like an Arduino. I feel like I should remove the solder from this. Maybe I'll have a better time if I do that. Maybe I'll have a better time if I remove the solder and then add it in. Yeah, guitar tuner. There you go. 1 kilohertz. Yeah, guitar tuner can do that. I could have used an Arduino, but I wanted something more simple, smaller. It's supposed to be part of a dead man switch. Ugh. I don't know, man. I don't know why you got so many dead guys that you need to give them electronics. Yeah, I'm not really certain. I mean, I guess it would largely depend on the application, but it seems like maybe there are chips that are like frequency detectors. Seems like maybe you need to go into like a DigiKey catalog and just start perusing. If you want, it depends on the level that you want it on. I mean, I don't know if there are industrial safety products that are like frequency detectors. I've not really heard of anything like that. I don't have any experience really in stuff like that. But if you're looking, yeah, if you're looking for like a hodgepodge solution, guitar tuner maybe. Kilohertz. Thinking about those hertz. I don't think an LR filter would be reliable enough. It all depends on the application, though. Yeah, maybe that would work. Maybe. This solder sucker is better than most because it has a little piece of silicon tube at the tip. A little piece of silicon tube helps you hold the heat in place. Art by Robot. Hey, that's what we got here. Thanks for following. We're doing tablet repair today, so it's not the most exciting thing in the world, but it is kind of cool. Hey, solder, you want to maybe go down on the pad there? Maybe that big old ground pad that you like so much? There you go. You were talking about it constantly, you know? Now you just don't want anything to do with it. That actually needs to be pressed down a little bit more to the board. I know you guys can barely see this. Hold on. Ow, that wire is really hot. Jeez. You probably get like a tunable filter or something. There's this one. That one I think takes more of a hard angle from over here. There we go. Yeah, I feel like any analog like sensing or microcontroller analog sensing and damn it, and just straight up filtering is not going to be as good at sensing a kilohertz signal. But I don't know I don't know the specifics of the project. Why would you ever use a 555 timer for anything? A what? That's all I have to work with? Ah, shit. Okay, hold on. I think that might have broken off. Yeah, I think that broke off. I think that's why that popped over there. To make sure we get a connection. I think a simple replacement of RAM, 2 to 3, 4 gigabytes. Need other manipulations? Yes. You can't just like solder RAM chips to a tablet and expect that to work. I can't get heat in here to clean that up. I think I'm just gonna leave it the way it is though. Or not. I wouldn't, I don't know what the proficiency level of this person is. I wouldn't suggest an ATtiny 85 right out of the box because it's fairly more complicated to program for. If you're confident with microcontrollers, then yes, an ATtiny 85 would be a wonderful solution, but I'm taking it, what the fuck happened to this? I'm taking it by the framing the question stuff that you may not know a whole lot about electronics. So I don't know if, yeah, I mean, the Digispark is okay. That's not terrible. What? Not allowed to use a microcontroller. Is this a school project? Oh my god, it's horrible. What the hell happened here? I think what happened is I pressed on the top too much and I removed a lot of the solder from below. I'm gonna like throw some flux on this and hope it cleans itself up. Cable was kind of damaged from the start. I mean, I could restrip this, but it's kind of a fairly specific length. So basically what happens is I pushed the jacket to the sides. So it's not damaged. It's still okay, but I just can't get heat in there to make it pop off properly. So a little bit of flux, a little bit of love. We'll get this back. It's just this ground plane is like a monster to deal with. God, this is annoying. All right, come on. We're coming up. We're coming up. Coming up. Coming up. Coming up. I'm gonna strip this. Start over. If I could even get it to let go. Okay. Yeah, let's try again with a fresh bit of cable. And I'll clean off these pads as well if I can get enough heat in there. God, not using heat relief on your pads. What the hell, man? Oh, God, would you just please solder? Okay. Yeah, these pads are just like right there. Man. Okay. So I don't necessarily have a stripping tool. I think I do, but I'm not going to use it. So this is just because I pushed away the insulator quite a bit. So we can use a knife. We can start over with this thing. So I've got the flush cutters. Give this a little snip here. Let's move to an area where I can work. Move to an area where I can actually work with this thing. He said he doesn't want to use an AT1085. That's totally fine. There are, I'm sure if you go datasheet spelunking, you could probably find some type of an ASIC that, depending on what your input signal is there to detect a kilohertz or something like that. You could do it with a comparator. You may need to do some electronic whiz-bangery in the process, but I mean, the old school way to do it would be to use a comparator. Yeah, like an op amp. And you could run that through filters. You kind of have to get into like academic op amp stuff in order to do it, but that's basically what comparators are all about. Maybe you could have a couple other circuits that would detect whatever your high and low is, although I don't really understand what that is. All right, so we need a blade. I'm going to get a new tip on the blade. Do I have a new one? I don't. I have to get it out of the drawer. Fine, we're going to use the one that's already there. And I'm going to try to strip this RF cable, which is not that difficult to do. If I knew where my knife was, where did my knife go? What did I do with my knife? Knife. What the heck did I do with the knife? All right, hold on. There's a back up. Look at the desk. Someone donate him a stripping tool. I have plenty of stripping tools. It's just I don't trust them for this because the gauge of this wire. I mean, this stuff is really, really small. And I got stuff like this. There are ones that specifically do coax for RF stuff, but where did my knife go? Oh, there it is. All right. In we go. All right. Gently. I can't really roll this, can I? No, it's kind of tough to roll. So we want like that and that. This cable's not rolling beneath the knife. Way to do it would typically be to roll it, and then you'd score it all the way around. But that's not really working out for me right now. We'll see if that did enough that I'll get a rip around the jacket. This stuff is tough to work with. It's very small. Yeah, that scored it enough that I was able to do that. Okay, so there's that. Now we do the next piece. There. Now this, I've got to actually get all the way around the cable, but the cable is connected to other stuff, so I'm going to roll it in my fingertips. Not really. I got some of it. Let's see here. Try these. Also didn't work. Flat pliers and a single edge razor. It's true, I could do it like this. What, and then slide it around that? Yeah. My knife isn't as sharp as it could be, which I think is also not helping me. But this stuff isn't like rolling. Usually I'll get a good roll on like this, and that's enough to score it and to have it come off. Just because of the position of the tablet and everything, it's not traveling with the knife. The tool, the stripping tool that's specifically for this kind of stuff, like rolls around this thing and does all this stuff. Do I have one? I have one in another drawer, and it's not calibrated for this type of RF cable. What's happened there? Ugh, I'm not having good luck with this. I think I need to be a little bit more aggressive with it. Let me see if I can get enough of it that it'll actually roll around. Yeah, that might actually work. Okay, so I'm moving over to here, so let me move everything over so that you guys can see what I'm doing. All right, there you go. This is tough. Like, the scale of everything is just so tiny. There we go. Yeah, there it is. It's easier when you're working on like cable wires and not these little bastards. I've had success with this in the past. It's just not, it's not working with me today. I think there's some residual solder up there too. Yeah, there. See, I'm starting to sever them. It's just this stuff is a little less forgiving than typical. Ah, shit. It looks like I got through the centerpiece over there. God damn it. Yeah, it looks like I cut too far. It's all right, we'll get it. If anything, I do have more of this material too. That sucked. All right, fine. You little bastard. What do I have over here? I think my thing is made for larger pieces. Hold on. Let's see what I got. It's in the bottom drawer of the tool bin. Yeah, there it is. I have another one in here too. Oh, there it is. Yep, I got a couple. Got a couple of these expensive special coaxial cable strippers that are absolutely not made for the size. These are already too large. I don't think these are going to work out. They use a couple different methods in order to do this. And you basically put inserts into them. I don't have the inserts anymore. I forget what happened to them. But like this thing pops open. And I've got a series of blades here, what are designed to do what I was doing already. Yeah, these are for much larger. These are for like SMA connectors. These are not going to work out for this application. This one I think has the replaceable. Yeah, you got like a little gauge here. Got an adjustment here. Presses your wire up against there. That thing is entirely too small, so. Guys, stop. Let me work, okay? Don't worry, I'll figure this out. How does this thing do again? I think I can. What's the release on that? there's a release so that you can get the blades out. Has something to do with this. Whatever, who cares? Anyway, yeah. So these are like specifically made for the three different distances of what you're supposed to strip on these. So this is made for the larger like SMA sized coaxial cable. That this stuff is like an entirely different, you know, realm than that. But it's got three different inserts that have blades at different heights. So you can adjust them and, yeah, whatever. Whatever. You can do your thing. Do your thing a thing. Indeed. It's always patent pending with things like this. They're like, yeah, 3 people bought it. We're going to be famous for our coax tool. I don't know how this thing comes apart. There's something here that pops off and allows you to... maybe push that up and then the whole thing goes to the side. I don't know. I don't remember. Anyway, yeah. So those are the stripping tools that I have. They won't necessarily do the right thing. I feel hypoglycemic, even though my pump says I'm normal. Okay. So I gotta strip the coaxial cable. I can do it a more sloppy way of just moving the jacket out of the way, but I'll figure it out. But I would request that chat stop trying to remote pilot me, because I am trying to show the techniques that are used for this sort of thing. No, that was an insulin pump with an integrated constant glucose monitoring system. CGMS. Because yeah, I'm feeling a little hypoglycemic, and I don't know why. The pump says glucose levels are just fine. That's not an aberration on the camera. That's a flat cable that's getting in the way. Hold on, let me move that. Move that out of the way. All right, so let's get this right. Now, I do have cables that I can repair this with, but we should be able to get this thing running. So if I just move this out of the way, I could create the right structure so that we can solder this thing to those pads. I would like to do it the proper way, though. So I need to expose more of the jacket of this thing. If I were total Chad, I would be able to just cut this to the right height from the outside. See what I did there? I don't know. I don't know if that'll work. It didn't feel like I made the right, yeah, no, all I did was that. All I did was that. All right, all right, all right. Well, the other way that I could do it is by getting under it or to the side of it. That's also going to displace the cables a little bit. Might help if I soldered it a little. Yeah, all else fails, this is a tried and true method. And I know that I'm not hitting the center piece. You can't burn it. No, no, no. No, no, no. This is coaxial cable, so it's actually, it needs to have that insulator around it. See, this thing like refuses to twist so that I can work with it. I wonder if I put it in the forceps, if it would, well, I don't want to crush it. It's like it's all frayed. Nothing is working out today, is it? You know, the method of rolling it under the knife like works really well with like larger cables, and I've gotten it to work with this size before, but today it just exists to piss me off, I guess. Did I nick that? Nope, I think I got it right. I'm just twisting it around a little bit to hold it. So I get a pair of tweezers here so I can manipulate this a little more easily. So I can push the remaining strands up with the rest of this, and it'll just become a big solder blob. Just a big solder blob. If you have the tool that actually does this, it's like super clean, but we don't get to have super clean here. Solder shall cover over all of our mistakes. I'm just going to make sure all the ground lines are pushed up at the collar here so that nothing creates a short. See, okay, part of the issue is that both ends, sorry, the other end of that cable is connected to something. It's so much easier to work with if it's not connected to anything. But since I'm trying to twist this cable that goes up and around like that, it's very difficult for me to pinch this and get it to twist around. So my right hand is dying. So that's essentially what I've been fighting. Good enough for me. I'm gonna put a big solder blob on that, and then I'll expose just a little bit at the end. I just wish that other one had soldered properly without collapsing the way that it did. Okay, all right, come on. Where are we? All right. That's the end blob. Okay. There's still strand right there that I don't want to have. You go away. All right. All right. All right. All right. Okay. All right. Okay, that's not, maybe I can use the strippers for that. Just because I can't get around it's so frustrating that I can't flip it around. Yeah, I can't see what I'm doing. Chat, I can't see what I'm doing. Oh my God, this is so frustrating right now. Did that not even? Yeah, it didn't even. It exposed a little bit. I think that's all I need. It's like completely transparent. I can't see a damn thing. All right, I think that's good enough. I think I can do that. I think I can use that. Yes, I can. All right, good. All right, Jesus Christ, that was annoying. Let's try to get that put in place. Man. Pain in my ass. All right, back over to here. Now we've stripped all the solder away, which makes this a little bit easier to work with. Let's go under or over this cable. I guess they went under. That's what it seems to be. All right, under there, around there, over the hill, through the tree, and right down onto that pad. So if I can get this to position itself naturally, that means that I can use 3 hands to solder it. Kind of tough to do, right? You gotta kind of position everything perfectly. I don't want to rely on that end piece, but I also want to add solder at the same time that thing's sitting there, And now, since I've manipulated the coax cable, it's all over the place, and it just has kind of a mind of its own. If only I could just, like, put the tweezers like this, and it would hold it in place. They almost do. Yeah, this is the easy tablet. We're putting easy in big quotes right now, but yeah, it is. I don't know where one of the screws went. None of that solder went to where it was supposed to go. Oh, Lord. I don't know why these have to be such a pain in the ass all the time, you know? Like, would it kill it to just, like, take it easy? Just for a little bit? Just take it easy? Just take it easy? No? Can't do that? Do that. Now I can actually have my hands in the right positions. And I can get down in here with this and put enough, not pressure, but put enough contact area on this thing in order to get it to solder in. Shit, fuck, shit, fuck, shit, fuck. Oh man, that's too far away. Oh my god. I'm like having trouble manipulating this thing to go to the right position. I'm gonna use forceps. I think forceps are gonna hold on to this thing a little bit stronger. Maybe that'll give me more control. It's way less control. It gives me way less control over the position of the end of the wire. This is like a wacky, waving, inflatable, arm flailing tube arm. I can't, like, I move it in one direction, it goes the opposite. Because of the cable behind it. Up. Come up with me. Up, up, up. Uppies, come on. It was about to come, and then it just went forward. Okay. The manipulating this is very difficult. It shouldn't be this difficult, but that ground plane is sucking up all of my goddamn heat, and I can't stand it. I'm getting very mad at the electronics right now, which the electronics are inert. They don't have feelings. They don't care. I shouldn't really be getting mad at them. Only get mad at things that I can make feel sad. I am willing to accept that into my heart as a good connection, even though it's not great. That's where we are right now. That's where we are right now. That thing was a major pain in the ass to just even position properly. Okay, and then we can add solder to the iron, not the pad. The pad's not really going to fight me because the pad is just got a small connection coming from it. Just these freaking grounds. Look at how warm the rest of this thing is. The fact that you can identify it on thermal imaging so much differently from the rest of the thing means that most of the energy coming out of this iron was dumped into that ground plane. It's criminal. It's criminal. These people are criminals. That connection was perfectly fine. That was an easy connection to do. That should have been what all of them were like. I'm not cleaning that one up. I'm fine with it. That one looks weird, but it's still connected. Battery. Well, we got a couple other small connections that go over top of the battery. So yeah, we're on to the battery. Now the battery, we bought a new battery. I got a nice big battery. Big battery. Nice big boy here to go in. So let's take a look at that battery. I got like 15 minutes to work on it, but I'm going to end at normal time today, and we'll pull back up the tablets on Tuesday because I expected this to go a lot fucking faster than it did. Jesus Christ. I looked into the AT-Tiny 85, seems to be a better option. If you feel like you could do the coding for it and get it up and running, like, yeah, I agree. But throwing a whole Tiny 85 at a problem that you might be able to do mathematically using an op amp, I don't know. I guess it's up to you. And if you want weird stuff like 3 levels of detection, seems like a good option to go with the Tiny. Look at this battery. Look at this big old battery. We measured the compartment size. So that, why is this, I think this is like the dullest blade in the world. I think that's what's going on right now. God damn, this fucking thing. All right, I am up to my fucking nostrils in frustration with this thing. Big old battery. I got big battery problems. So Octojay sourced a big battery for this thing. Hopefully we get more battery life versus what was there before. I think this one might be mildly thinner. Yeah, it's ever so slightly thinner, but I think we get more amp hours out of this new one. Because it's just overall a larger battery, volume-wise. I think. I don't know, hard to tell. We were kind of being careful about the height, because this one looks a little bit expanded because I ripped it out. It looks a little thicker. But yeah, should get better battery life. It's a bigger battery, I think. You get 2 of these next to each other. Well, I think we're good. Couldn't really find much else, too, so. But yeah, that's just like, plop. That one is less milliamp hour than what was in the listing for the tablet, but there's no way the original one was the size it claimed. So probably is bigger. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. It does look a little thicker, though. Well, all things considered, we could always come back to it. But I mean, we measured this thing like 250,000 times. Listing said it was 13,500. The one I bought is 8,000. Yeah, because we measured this like 300 times. Oh yeah, that's right. You were saying that this battery would run into like low battery problems all the time. Which, I mean, it seems pretty chewed up for what it is, so. Yeah, I mean, if you still have battery problems, like, this tablet's not that hard to take apart. I don't think maybe you would do it, or maybe you would take it apart and replace the battery, or, you know, something of that nature. But yeah, I mean, hopefully this works out. We have 2 of these. All right, so let me release the pins on the side here. I should put a piece of double-sided tape under it. This stuff isn't really doing the job, and it's kind of annoying. So I'm going to throw a piece of double-sided tape under the battery and just plop it down. And these have to go there. I think I got to bust them out a little bit. Oh, that's cool. There's like one of the contacts is being used to kind of hold the pins together. Not together, I mean just, you know, have them come out the right part of the battery. Needs to get all the way over to there. Plus and minus. Yeah, I've got to break them out a little bit. There is a yellow wire on this. It's just not brought out. Huh. This only had 2 wires coming from the battery, so. I'm not going to shank the battery, thank you very much. Usually the scalpel is very precise and sharp. Today, it's not. I just got to be a little bit careful not to short anything out with my metal tools. There we go. That's the extra distance that I needed from that in order to plug these into the right connections. I'm not going to take the masking tape off of the lead yet. I think we might be able to get this one running today. Here, so we don't get dust in the tape. I'm going to take a whole layer of tape out there. I hate this double-sided tape. I've got another reel of it that has a backing on it that keeps dust and stuff out. I've been trying and trying and trying to use it up, but a diamond file works fine with a scalpel. What are you talking? You're telling me that I should sharpen my scalpel blades? They're disposable, man. You just get another one. I've got a pack of 7 million of them. I just don't feel like getting them out right now. You can buy them by the bushel. They're non-sterile. There's no way that a diamond file could get you even close to the sharpness of the original blade. Much easier to sharpen than to replace. Okay, listen. I'm just gonna have to. Let me do this tape thing first, and then I'm gonna address what you just said. All right, let's see here. Where did that pack go? It's sitting at the back of everything. Just need to contort my way around until I get to it. Herc. All right, let's see. Easier to sharpen than they are to replace. Not really. Come on, man. This is, how many are in this pack? I don't even know. It's like 1,000. There's like 5 in this, and there's multiple packets in this thing. And it was like $10. I don't remember the price. Might have been 30, but disposing of them is harder than anything else. Disposing of them is the worst part. I don't know how to dispose of them. I think I need to like wrap them in tape or something like that. All right, so battery contacts. Are right here. VBAT plus ground. I keep them in an old Coke can on the shelf, so if anybody breaks in, you can panic and throw the Coke can at them. Give me all your money. Oh God, what the fuck? This man is a monster. They just go in the can, recycling after a while? Yeah. It was, I heard it. I don't know if you heard it over the speakers there, but it definitely happened. Is there a little Ginsu knife sharpener? I'm sure there are things that hone the blade. Because you can, I mean, the thing about razor blades is that they are so sharp that taking a file to the blade, I mean, yeah, you're gonna get more life out of it that way. That's for absolutely sure, and that's not a bad idea. It's just more effort than it's worth to replace, and then if you replace it, you get an extremely sharp end. That really doesn't look soldered, does it? God, please don't even think about that scenario. Ugh. Ugh. You guys really do gravitate towards the worst of the worst, huh? That's true. Maybe you could dull them before throwing them out. That sounds a lot like work, though. I think I'd rather just go to the shore and throw them at dolphins. Wildlife knows what they did. They had it coming. Seems like it almost wants to have that center pin for the battery, or huh? We have that center pin, but I'm not gonna solder that. All right, good enough for me. There's a little bit of a whisker on that, but I'm not gonna let that bother me. Once I solder this in, that means the tablet could potentially turn on. Maybe I want to save that. Well, it's gonna have to be soldered in at some point, so I guess I'll just do it. I gotta be careful with the end of this wire, because this is an active battery. This thing is probably at an 80% charge right now. Clear glass piggy bank. Evil pig. Ouchie pig. Oops, you guys can't see. Yoink. Just gotta be careful what I touch this lead to, and there's like all these other leads in the area that are really annoying. So try to do this without drama. These are really annoying because they're active. Ugh. And I got cameras that I gotta worry about and stuff. I've thrown sparks from stuff like this before. Whatever this pad is, I really hope it has to do with this battery lead, because oh my god, that lead is way too, oh my, no. That is irresponsibly close to the battery lead. Holy shit. That is irresponsible. All right, I'm just gonna get the battery leads kind of like packed in here so that they're not in the way. I'm gonna put a piece of tape on that. This whole thing is like popping up and being all weird. The leads here. You guys come down here. Captain tape. Captain tape. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where the fuck did it go? I had a whole reel. Oh, there it is. It's keeping the UV resin off of the table. Okay. Yeah, I guess you could take a microfile to the ends of the blades to kind of dull them out, keep them from hurting anybody. This would have been easier to do without that circuit board there. I'll just clip the wire. I just want to hold it down so I can actually like assemble this thing. All right, so this one goes there. Oh, you guys can't see. I lost one stainless steel blade in the grass. What, from your robot lawnmower? Oh boy. Oh boy. You're gonna need to add a metal detector to that thing. God, everything on this tablet is reflective. That makes it really hard for me to do good video. This has 2 big contacts on the back of it. I wonder what this is. It's for the camera. It's got 2 big open contacts just sitting right on the back of it. So this is a follow-up. For anybody that doesn't know, I've had a couple raids today. Octojay's like been a friend and a moderator for a long time, since we used to watch previously recorded live on Twitch, which was the couple of the dudes from Red Letter Media having a good time, having a stream, and basically his tablets have gone kaput on him, and he decided to trust me with them, which is maybe a mistake, but I told him I'd do the best I possibly could to put them together again. So as a favor to a friend, I'm putting all this stuff back together. They're spring steel, so they should stick pretty well. Drag some magnets around. Yeah. Mimosa 41, thank you for following. All right, let's see. Monitor connection. Luckily with this one, like most of the connections are just on this plate. There's a couple that'll go to the back plate. A couple. That goes with this. This is the monitor connection, or the screen and digitizer connection right here. It's a very straightforward design on this. I like it. I'm a little miffed that we couldn't find a properly sized battery, but we looked everywhere. We really did. All right, so this is a wacky connector here. This is one of those wacky, super high tech connectors that. Why are you looking at me? Why are you looking at me? What? Stop looking at me. Stop looking at me. Okay, so it's one of these wacky connectors. It's like super high tech. It has like 1 million pins in it. There's no way that a human brain can comprehend precisely what's going on here. This has some weird kind of like handle thing that plugs in and then they taped it down. I don't even know where to start with this thing. I think what I'm going to do is peel the tape up, and hopefully it retains some of its stickiness here. Peel the tape off, plug it in, and then put it back in. Put the tape back in. That should hopefully get it there, right? All right, so there's the tape. I'm going to put that aside. Is Thursday? Yeah, okay. I'll remind myself what day it is. Oh, I see. So it just goes to a flat plane of these pins. Now, it definitely goes in, yeah, it goes in this way. This is a very fancy setup. This is like some Blade Runner looking shit. All the gold. I guess that's how you know it's plugged in. Weird flex PCB, but okay. Yeah. Isn't that a weird one? That's a curious one. This really is some Blade Runner shit. Like if you want an aesthetic for your next robot movie, here you go. This is an awesome aesthetic. It's gold and copper and I guess that's Chinese. Yeah, it's boxy. The pharmacies collect drugs out of date. They might take scalpels. I mean, these are specifically marked non-sterile, so I'm not sure. That said, if I have to do anything, I am still going to use them. I don't care if they're marked non-sterile. If I have to do anything biological, cut off a whatever, ingrown hair. All right, so I'm reusing the sticky. Yeah, you can also, well, with diabetes, like disposing of needles, apparently you can take like a jug of OJ and put your needles in that without the OJ in it, wash it out, and then you label it sharps and put it at the end of the driveway. I don't know if they do that anymore though. If they're to be disposed, it might not matter if they're sterile. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know about this stuff. All right, here's our screen in all of its glory. So peel that thing up. This thing will press in. Get it right. You got one chance. No, I don't. I have multiple chances to get this right. I just need to get it around the battery wire. Jeez. Battery wires are all up in my business right now. They need to chill the fuck out. All right, there we go. Oh, that's nice. They have a little line on this so you know when it's plugged in properly. So you know you're not plugging it in sideways. I wish I could design something with these cables. These flat cables that take signals all over the place. They're really, really efficient. They're They're a nightmare for something that you might need to work on, but I mean, other than that, I feel like I did this in the wrong order. I feel like these cables are all over the place, and I think they'll be okay. It's just weird that this one's so loose. These are used, they won't be sterile. That's true. Yeah, that's a point. If they're used blades, they're not sterile, so my argument is moot. Although, I have absolutely no idea if there's any precedent for taking needles. I guess that's what these tapes are for. These pieces of tape that I put aside are for holding down these things. Fucked if I remember where they go, though. And I don't know about taping this one down, because it's got such a bulge. Those are held down. Those are held down okay. I've got 4 pieces of tape here that I could potentially use on stuff. I don't know where they go. I don't know where these tapes go. Yeah, maybe a local doctor. Yeah, I bet they, you know, they've got all the sharps set up. It's just, I don't want to go to a doctor's office to get rid of my hobby, you know, knife collection. You know? Hey, bring him in when I have my endocrinologist appointment. Hey, Dr. S, here's a bunch of fucking blades. Blah! Like, you want to throw out this shit for me? Okay, thanks, Doc. Also, fuck you. I just leave while giving him the middle finger. But I felt heat. I don't know what to do with all this tape. I don't know where it went. You go there. Congrats on your new location. Put them in the box while I'm in the waiting room. The big hospital that I go to doesn't quite have that kind of stuff going on for it. I guess I could just do this. And there's a lump there. But that lump is just going to get crushed with the top of the case anyway. And this thing... Might go there? Oh wait, that has to go in afterwards anyway. Looks like kind of bulged out. What's going on with that? Is that the way it should be? Yeah. Okay, that's okay. It just looks like weird. It looks weird. I crush you! I'm crushing your head! Stored some used chainsaw blades to be melted as Damascus. That would be kind of cool. What did that used to be? It used to be a chainsaw. Right. Any screws that I missed? No. Except for that one. I don't know what happened to it. I kind of remember what it looks like, too. I just don't know what happened to it. Any connections that I missed? I don't think so. We took a big, long look at all the connections, so I think I can staple the rest of this thing back together. Yeah, they're disposed. Yeah, maybe a little pinch. I pinch. Yeah, I'm just not seeing that size of screw in here. Everything else worked. Everything else worked just fine. I just don't know what happened to that one fucking screw. I don't know if I'll ever know what happened to that one screw. But I don't think it's going to be the end of the world if it's not in here. Yeah, it should be totally fine. Check some other stuff here. Vibration motors right there. How did that... Oh, yeah, that's one of these. That's one of these cables. That's all soldered in. I don't see anything dodgy about that. All those are in. There are no visible screw holes that I think... actually, that... I think that one is a... Yeah, these two are... Okay, that explains it. So yeah, there's 2 more screw holes that didn't quite look like screw holes. That explains it. That's why there are a couple screws left. Need to make sure that everything is anchored down properly. This is important. So this one, and then there was probably one more. Yeah, it's this one. 2 more screws. That's exactly the number that I got. So how about that? Yeah, I've seen that stuff in Philly too, where they take a whole, why am I getting the soldering iron? They take a ton of like cement and they just put like pieces of broken glass sticking out of them. Talk about hostile architecture. Holy shit. Yep, that's definitely a screw hole. And then last screw, which it really shouldn't be the last screw. I think I relied on this thing to hold on to its own screw, and it let go of it at some point, which was dumb of me. I really should have started off with putting everything into a little box. Wait, this is like 5 hours later, Celia. It took 5 hours for you to for your food to cool off? Holy shit. That's a lot of thermal energy that you had to dissipate. What's going on in here is that we are just about ready to finish up laptop number 1, which will be the extent of what we work on today. And then laptop number 2 will have to wait until Tuesday, which the Asus is going to be nice and straightforward, I hope. I mean, this thing should have been nice and straightforward too. I'm looking around to see if that screw is like caught on anything, if it's like in a surprise location. You gotta make sure that there aren't any marks around the camera. Seems like there's a mark across the camera. Oh, that's okay. Okay. Yeah, let's put this thing back together. So this, like that. Pop that up. I gotta take the tape off of the front too. This is a tweezer job. Good, 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 good. Doctor, doctor, doctor. Nice, nice, nice. Feels like a tablet. Look at that blue screen. Ah, fuck! Blue screen. All right. So let's get this thing out of here. Is the gap supposed to be there? Nah. Well, yeah, I guess there's a little gap in the corner. It's like, looks like it took a fall. Gap in both corners. What happened? Has this thing been through the ringer and I didn't realize it? There's damage on the edge of the screen and I don't know why. Might have been there before. Maybe this thing, does this thing snap in anymore? No, everything's lined up. We got a USB compartment and everything. Cooling gaps, yeah. All right, I really hope this thing turns on. If it doesn't, I'm gonna have issues. Oh. MediaTek. It is on. It says MediaTek. Loading. I didn't do that. I didn't touch it. I must have hit the button. Android. Whew, that was a lot of tape. It's the beach. It's 7 o'clock. Oh my God, that was loud. Yeah, this is the China one. The easy one. 50% battery. And apparently I took a screenshot. I didn't mean to do that. All right, everything appears to be in order. Let's see if it charges, I guess. What do I have in terms of USB chargers? USB-C chargers. Yeah, we're about to check it. Let's see. I'm gonna get a USB-C cable. That one's sitting way over here, and this is not gonna be a high-speed charger because I don't have one that does high-speed charging. But I'll plug it into my little USB charger over here. Where did it go? Oh, okay, hold on. I'm gonna plug it in way the fuck over there. Well, it's either plug it in way the fuck over there, or I can just plug it into the hub that's over there. So I'll plug it into the hub. Into the hub you go. Every single port. Somehow I have used 7 ports. 5 ports out of the 7. No, 6 out of 7. There's a USB Bluetooth dongle in there. Jeez. USB is at a premium around here. And I'll, of course... Dun, dun, dun! That's the wrong cable. All right, let me go grab one that's actually USB-C. Which I do have, I just have to find it. I've been sitting at the desk so long that my mic cable's so coiled up that I couldn't get very far without it unplugging. All right, here we go. Oh, see, I can't do that color coordination because I've got 2 USB-C devices here. One is on the red wire, one is on the gray wire. That's how I've been doing it. Yeah. If I did do that, color coordinate them based on the connector they have, then I'd have 2 of the same color cable, and I would be SOL when it came to troubleshooting. All right, hold on. I'm going to plug this thing in. Got to get a USB hub myself for my workbench. I have an 8-port power. Yeah, 2 data. The problem is the price. This hub that I've got on this thing is a 7-port hub that has a little mount on it that attaches it to stuff. So I can put screws through it and really hold it down. But it was like $60 because it's not quite consumer equipment. It was really expensive for a USB hub, but it is all USB 3. C, whatever. No, USB 3. Charging. Da 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 da. Hey! So that's charging. It looks like it's going to install software on my computer. M12 is set up and ready to go. So we got data and we've got charging. And without having to manipulate the cable around. And the cable's in there. It's pretty tight. I don't know. That's all right. And it's not disconnecting. So I'm going to let that charge for you. So on Tuesday, the fact that it didn't shut down is already promising. Yeah. I mean, I really hope there are no other problems with this thing. Octojay's now on my mainframe. We're in. I'm in. Transferring accounts. Why did it just take another screenshot? What is happening here? Are these not aligned properly? What the fuck was that? It just took two what the fuck? Okay, stop taking screenshots, you little bastard. What is that all about? We keep taking screenshots. It's something to do with what's that up there? What's that symbol? Oh my god, please stop taking screenshots. Why was it doing that? What triggered it? You might have to disable screenshots. See, there's the volume button, down and up. Okay, so it's not. Why was it taking fucking screenshots? What's going on? The volume buttons aren't, they're not being like held down because look, I can adjust them individually. Power button, yeah. It's perfectly clicky. Yeah, it's power one of the volumes and I think the home button, but there's no home button on this, right? That's like down here. No, that's no, get out of here. Nope. I'm tilting it away. Back or something. Hold on. I gotta see what software is running. Stop it. Okay, no active people, luckily, but I'm not gonna show anything. Maybe the buttons at the bottom of the screen are being a little bit weird. Yeah, no internet connection, rightly so. How do you get the software that's running on an Android phone or tablet? I've not used tablet OS for Android. Most of the buttons seem to work on the bottom except for squares. How do I get out of this fucking software? Please go away, software. Like, okay, so on my phone, I would hit the square button in order to see what's running. And I'm trying to hit it here, and it's not recognizing it. I can hit back, and that'll actually do stuff. But I want to get out of this program. Oh, that's actually me hitting back. Yeah, it's not recognizing the bottom row. Oh, putting it vertical? It's a problem with the tablet? Aha! Yeah, there it is. Close everything. Okay. A lot of shit was left running on this tablet. Oh my god, it's a parent tablet. It's a parental tablet. I'm still closing programs. Holy shit. That was like 20 things running, Octojay. You need to teach your parents how to use computers. Yeah, that's an OS thing. It's not. I was making sure that it wasn't a digitizer issue. A thing with the tablet, there's a bug, so you put it up to vertical, and then you can use the 3 things on it. I kind of like this thing. This is nice. But yeah, so okay, this thing is all fully running and vetted out. All the software works. Hopefully right and left speaker are still right and left speaker. I'm very confident about that being the case. I'm gonna let this thing charge overnight. Maybe I'll take a look at it tomorrow and just make sure that the battery is at 100%. But like right now it is charging. It's now at 50% battery. I don't know how, it might need to go through like a calibration for the battery. I'm not sure how to do that. I know if maybe you get into the dev tools, you can probably do that. But yeah, battery charging stream. 10,000 subs. Put up a sub counter. Yeah, exactly. You never leave anything running in the background on an Android phone. I have a couple core programs that I things that I go back to, like Discord and stuff, that I will leave up. But other than that, Everything else is closed. Oh yeah, final thing. But you know, it's a parental thing, you know? That's just how they roll. Ta-da! My poor laser would be overworked. Man, I've seen a lot of streamers with their sub counts, and I'm like, I don't like that. I don't like, I mean, I know it's a cool incentive and people are like suckers. Oh, there it is. People are suckers for that sort of thing, but like, man, I don't know. I don't know. I'm happy with you guys just subbing when you feel the need. All right, I'm going to let that charge. I'll check back with it later. Hell yeah. All right, completed projects. We got one of the tablets back working. The one that's left is the Asus. I'm going to put everything back into the bin so that we can take this thing and we can make it work on Thursday, or Tuesday, on Tuesday. And then I can finally send all of this stuff back to Octojay, except for this screen that neither of us have any use for. Do you want me to send you back the screen that neither of us have any use for? Prime tip jar. I really wanted to make a tip jar with like D&D dice that would drop into like a little shot glass. But just like the tip jars, it would completely and utterly overflow. We'll have to find the data sheet on it so you can use it. Oh man, I don't know if that's even possible. You can buy a broken screen Asus tablet and use it. Phone and texting, yeah, you leave those in the background. Yeah, for me it's Discord, Chrome. I think that's it. I think that's all I leave. Nice tablet, but hello. Yeah, it's Octojay's. It's a really nice one. It's very powerful. We're done with it, though. That thing's going to charge up. May need a battery calibration. I'm not totally sure about how that works. Aside from that, it looks like it's in good shape. It appears that everything is running on it. We did a little repair. It got real spicy there for a minute with, well, it got real spicy with it taking screenshots, but it also got real spicy with the RF cables. Those are really annoying. Got through it though. We got the parts for it. It's got the right USB connector. I now have about 25 of those USB connectors that I didn't want. Like I ordered 5 and then realized that it was a pack of 5. So that's nice. That's nice. I got a lot of USB-C connectors. I'm gonna have to make a breakout board for those specifically. We UV glued the end of the USB-C cable over there so that it's got just that little bit of extra strength. UV glue is like barely a step up from hot glue. Once you pry it away, it'll just fly off of whatever you've glued it to, right? A DIY USB-C hub. Listen, I don't need your ideas. Weird though they may be. Actually, I do have like hub parts sitting around. No, I'm not going to do that. It's too much work. All right. Well, I want to thank you guys. I want to thank you guys for the raids and everything too. We had a couple today. It was cosmoquest and hold on, I'm going to look and see which one it is. Control F raid. cosmoquest, jonmatthis. I think that was it for today, right? jonmatthis, cosmoquest. Yeah. So thank you guys for the raids. I'm going to be back tomorrow. We're going to do tomorrow. Oh wait, I got this up. Tomorrow we're going to run this thing with some real benchmark software. I'm going to actually plug that thing into the hub. I think I've still got a USB connection somewhere around here. Sorry, USB and Ethernet connection somewhere around here. But we're going to run this thing with some real benchmarking software. I'm going to get it nice and toasty. Meanwhile, we're going to work on pixel art because I've got a couple things that I need to work on pixel art wise. We need to make some cool emotes and things like that. I will not be starting in vector just because I'm not used to working that way. I do pixel art with GIMP. I really should start it with vectors so that I can create the shapes that I'd like to create and then blow them up on a merchandise eventually. I would like to do coffee cups and things like that soon. But, you know, totally sell out and become one of these commercial bastards. But you know, hey, I think it would be fun to do a little bit. Some products will make your life better. Just spend money. But yeah, anyway, we're gonna make some emotes tomorrow. We need to do some animated emotes, which is a little bit more boring, but we'll make some clever new emotes and stuff, because I've got some ideas. What do you guys say? Thank you for streaming. Ugh. Just kidding. You're welcome. Probably a pretty standard tablet screen connector. Yeah, it might be. I don't know how those work, but yeah. Most of the time you just need a video driver for the screens, but getting the right connector is the hard part. Maybe I'll have to break it out with some hair thin wires. Samsung tablet, Nexus 10, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I don't know. Underwear with just your beard on it. All right. I'm done. I haven't been in touch with Twitch. I don't know what's happening. What's Djibouti show doing? Highlights, RimWorld. What is Lemonsgate? That's what Kriken's doing right now. All right, yeah, I'm just gonna, Davies is on too. Everybody go check out Davies. Sorry, I don't feel inspired. I'm just gonna stop here, and you guys can disseminate to where you feel you belong on Twitch, because you don't belong there.